Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage of election night in America. We are getting there together. Chris Cuomo, Don Lemon will be your guides for this evening. Joe Biden, all eyes on him. He came out, addressed the nation tonight. He didn't declare himself the winner, but he did say, Don, I do believe we're going to win. But it seemed his point of purpose tonight was calm, respect the process. The grind is the glory. We will get there. We have big challenges. We'll do it together. As simple a statement as it is, we're not used to hearing it, are we?
You're reading my mind. Because I was just talking to the guys here in the room, and I said, who would have ever thought that we'd be talking about a fairly normal speech about, hey, listen, we got to fix the racism, we got to fix the pandemic that's happening, we got to come together as Americans. And we would be thinking that that was some sort of great effort, but that's not what we're used to.
I thought it wasn't over until he accused you of being treasonous and being sent off the island.
Right, or fake, or, that the coronavirus doesn't exist. But
oddly, I didn't miss it.
Yeah, but listen, he was confidently predicting that he's going to be elected without saying, he said, I'm going to wait for all the votes to be counted, but not saying, I am the winner and this is fake and all of that. But he's also asking Americans to be patient, right? To let the proper vote counting process play out to its completion. And that's what we should be doing right now.
Absolutely. But there's a trick to it, right? Which is, hey, take some time, be calm, tough in the middle of a pandemic that is making us sick at a rate that we've never seen before today.
Record number.
All over the country.
Yeah.
People are dying. The system is stressed again. I know you've heard it before, but when it happens again, it's even more difficult to deal with. We're out of resources. We're out of energy. We need a plan. So this election needs to end, and we need to move forward one way or the other. Let's do that by starting with a key race alert. Pennsylvania and Georgia. Yes, of course, Nevada and Arizona too, but one at a time. Pennsylvania. Why? We all know now. Biden wins this. He is one and done. The lead increasing, 28,833 votes separate the two now. There are more votes to come in. That margin could increase, and it would be good for Biden if it did, because he'd like to see his lead out of automatic recount territory. We'll see. Georgia, this is in automatic recount territory. Almost assuredly will stay there. 16 electoral votes at stake. The president must win Georgia if he wants to win the Electoral College. 4,395 votes to Biden's favor right now. The other two states, Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 29,861 now the margin for Biden. Votes still coming in there. We will look at it. Again, very, very close. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 22,657 the margin there. The vote still coming in Nevada as well, and it's all important. Clark County, where Las Vegas is. All right, let's look at the big map. Get out of the way of the numbers. 253, 213. Why does it keep staying that way? Because you want to get it right. And we know what's happening. We see the trend lines, as Phil Mattingly says. But if you rush it and you get it wrong, it's too big a problem to justify the speed in the first place. So let's get to Mattingly, Phil Mattingly over at the Magic Wall, get the state of play. What would you say is the top line of where we are right now?
Look, the top line is it's pretty apparent to everybody who's watching right now and counting the numbers and looking at the universe of outstanding votes that Joe Biden is in a very good position, that Joe Biden is on the brink of surpassing 270 electoral votes. Why? Well, you start with the state of Pennsylvania, where he's raced into a lead. That's 20 electoral votes. If he wins that state, he's over 270. Also leading in the state of Arizona, leading in the state of Nevada. If those two are called before Pennsylvania, that gets him to 270 electoral votes as well. Georgia obviously took the lead early in the morning, yesterday morning. Who knows? And while that's likely headed to a recount, obviously that would be a flip. That would be a huge deal. First Democrat to win the state since 1992. I think the big outstanding question, or maybe the big elephant in the room, is why has this race why has Pennsylvania not been called? What's outstanding in Arizona? What's outstanding in Nevada? Look, the reality is this. There is a universe of vote that's outstanding in the state of Pennsylvania, in the state of Arizona, where the margin has tightened for President Trump over the course of the last 24 hours, and in Nevada. And decision desks, including our own, are getting the sense of the full universe. And when they feel comfortable that when you put everything together and do the math, there's no way that Joe Biden could be surpassed, that is when races are called. That is when the calls are made. And I think when you look at Pennsylvania right now, you've got just shy of about 90,000 votes outstanding. Everybody's kind of paying attention to the provisional ballots, too, trying to get a full sense of where those stand, where those come from, the counties they come through, what they might turn out to be. That explains to this point why Pennsylvania, even though, look, we've been talking about this for 2 days. We know where it's going. We saw it happening when President Trump still had a couple 100,000 vote lead. We saw it happen in Wisconsin. We saw it happen in Michigan. Same deal in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden's lead, based on what we've seen, based on what's outstanding and where that vote is only likely to grow over the course of the next 12 to 16 hours as more votes are reported. However, make sure you understand the full universe. Let everybody count. The counting takes time. That's Pennsylvania. Arizona, I think the big outstanding issue, besides the fact that there's about 140,000 votes left outstanding, is that has tightened. And we're trying to get a better sense of the kind of the universe in terms of Maricopa County. It's the largest county in the state. We can go in there real quick and look at it. It's the largest county in the state. It's more than half of the outstanding vote. It's 60% of the population. It has tightened over the course of the last 24 hours. But you look at the margin right now for Joe Biden, Donald Trump needs to hit a specific margin with all of the outstanding vote in Arizona to even have a chance to get close.
Bill,
and he's missed that the last couple of times. Yes, Harry.
would you say that the president is hitting his margins in Arizona? I believe, looking at the count, we were discussing this, I think, as early as Tuesday or Wednesday night, that the president had to hit certain thresholds. And it's my understanding that he's not hitting them, even as he's sort of been closing the gap in the state.
That is a fact. I think the president needed to be hitting it somewhere between 55 and 56 for a period of time.
Give me the why. Give me the why on that. Why does he have to win a certain percentage?
It's math, and I know that sounds simplistic, but
insulting. But go ahead.
No. But if Joe Biden's up by 29,861 votes, and there's 140 votes left outstanding, Donald Trump needs to overperform the mean in order to close the gap there. It's the same thing that Joe Biden had to do in Pennsylvania, that he successfully did to overtake President Trump.
It's not enough to just beat Biden. You have to beat him at a rate that makes up for the gap that you're closing.
And to Harry's point, what we saw over the course of the last 24 hours is vote coming in from Republican strongholds, vote coming in from here, vote coming in from here, vote coming in from Pinal as well. And that vote came in pretty high for President Trump. It was a couple thousand votes. It narrowed the margin even more. But when Maricopa has come in, and Harry, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the last couple batches from Maricopa, President Trump has won them, I guess, on net, but he's come under the threshold that he needs to hit to be able to overtake. I think to Harry's point, when you talk to Democrats on the ground in Arizona and Republicans who are cogently looking through things, they think Joe Biden is probably in pretty good shape there. But when there's 140,000 votes outstanding, Maricopa is a swing county at this point in time, although it's moved towards Democrats, and Joe Biden's only up by 29,000 votes. That is the best explanation I can give, with the full acknowledgement that I'm not the one that makes the decisions here about when these things happen.
That's right. It's a small margin. There's also a small margin for error. Right. Because even though the president has to overperform, you're not dealing with that many votes. So it's tricky. Perfectly explained, and thank you. Harry, thank you as well. Now, another problem that we have in this is that this is new, this volume of absentee ballots, okay? But the dynamic isn't new. What is new is we have never had a president in our lifetimes, let alone someone running for president, challenge fraud in the system without any proof. That's what Trump did. So now we're in a situation where he put down a claim with no proof and keeps promising that it will come. I know that's a familiar dynamic, but when you're messing with the democracy, it's different than just saying my health care plan is coming. It's different. So let's go to Caitlin Collins in Washington, D.C. What have you heard about how real any lawsuits are coming anytime soon?
Well, the campaign has threatened them. They've also threatened to ask for multiple recounts in any states where the margin is anywhere near close. And so they do seem to be preparing some kind of legal effort to challenge this, because they have been having the campaign attorneys at the headquarters basically all day, meeting with several White House officials, on the phone with the president as well. But of course, the question is whether or not they're going to have merit to stand on, and if those are actually going to make it through the court system, or if they're going to be dismissed, or if they're just procedural moves, which is what we've seen the Trump campaign make so far. It's not something that's actually going to change the outcome of the election, but it could buy them some time where the president can continue to tweet and try to sow doubt about the outcome of these results, as we've seen him do, Chris, since his lead started to diminish on Tuesday morning, or on Wednesday morning, as these votes, the mail-in ballots, were being counted. Now, the question is, who is doing this litigating for the president? Because they've assembled this legal team where you've seen Rudy Giuliani, the former Florida Attorney General Pam Bondi, a few others who were involved. But the president himself, based on the sources that we've been speaking with, doesn't seem to be happy with that team. And he's been questioning if they're actually going to be effective, if they are going to be heavyweights, and whether or not he should get other attorneys added to the team. Now, that raises questions why this is just now being a conversation that the president is having with his staff, because, Chris, he's been forecasting for several weeks now that he was going to challenge the outcome of these results if he didn't like them, if they did not come out in his favor, regardless of whether or not the fraud had actually happened. They decided before the election even got started, before voters even went to the polls on Tuesday, that there was going to be fraud in this election. And so the president is unhappy with his legal team. It's unclear where that's going to go from here. But we've even heard from senior White House officials and senior Trump campaign officials who aren't pleased with the team because they feel like if they're going to go out, if they're going to be on TV and making these allegations, they want to have a serious heavyweight legal team behind them, like they did in the 2000 Florida recount, something that they've repeatedly compared their attempts to, though of course it's quite different. They do not have that, to say the least, in Rudy Giuliani, in Pam Bondi, who was there for the president's impeachment defense. That's not how it's viewed internally at the White House, at least.
You know, having top practitioners isn't the bar. It's really having top-level proof. And I think that this being as obvious and as thin as you point out, Caitlin, as a device, it may be hard to get good talent to come in on this. You know, this isn't like everyone
Definitely
deserves a defense. This is a naked allegation against the fundamentals of our democracy. Thank you for the reporting, as always. Let's bring a true pro practitioner, Ben Ginsberg, longtime Republican election lawyer, friend of show. Good to see you, Counselor.
Good to see you, Chris.
So let's chew on this a little bit. The president says it's all a fraud. It's all a scam. The Democrats did it. The mail-in ballots, no transparency. They're cheating. There are stories all over the country. They all have to go. The chance of finding any legitimacy for that kind of claim in the judiciary?
I think very little. I know from bitter experience that if you don't have the proof of fraud and irregularities on Election Day with real-time affidavits and other sworn statements, you're not going to get them trying to recreate it after the election. What Caitlin was reporting about the legal talent is part and parcel of that. You really have to have sort of red meat litigators on the ground, ready to go, talking to people in the polling places to get their affidavits. And Chris, you know, the other problem is that the president and the Republican National Committee and Republican parties brought 40 suits around the country before the election in an attempt to sort of tilt the playing field in their favor. And you know what? It's an abysmal track record on those cases. So there was a hint of this beforehand. They've weakened themselves by those cases having such a poor track record. And now the allegations of fraud ring as false as the cases were before the election.
Half step to the side, Counselor. Phone rings. You pick it up. They say, hey, Ben, you took care of us with Bush v. Gore. We need the best. It's time to step up. Team needs you. Help us prove that there's fraud all over the country. Do you take the call?
Well, if I picked it up, I don't have a choice but to take it.
Do you take the call to
but
duty?
I would tell them,
don't parse.
no. I mean, it's too late. It's too late. And I think they're going to have problems now recruiting the legal team of their dreams. I mean, in Florida, by the Friday after the election, we had every Supreme Court clerk and experienced practitioner we could find down in Florida or lined up to come to Florida.
Yeah, some of them
Ted
are on the
Olson,
court now.
who ultimately,
Right?
some
you
of
you have
the
Coney
third of the
Barrett
court,
on there.
third of
You've
the
got
court.
Kavanaugh,
Yeah.
are people who are involved with Bush v. Gore.
And Justice Roberts
Yep.
were all helping us out. And so it was a quick recruitment effort.
All right, so now the next big issue are these unknowns but big fears. So the race gets called, Biden wins Pennsylvania. It's over. No, it's just beginning. What happens if the president says, I do not concede there is fraud, and even though the courts won't help me on it, they're part of the fraud? Now what happens?
Well, what happens is that he does have a legitimate avenue to pursue his grievances under the recount laws and contest laws of the individual states. It's not a rhetorical play. They actually have to present proof if they're going to contest the elections. They certainly have the right in the narrow margin states to ask for a recount. And, you know, the thing about recounts is that they can expose flaws in the system, right? We have 10,500 jurisdictions. It's run by volunteers.
So his really only shot there is Pennsylvania, because the narrative breaks down in terms of there was a conspiracy if it's Georgia or Arizona, because you got Republican administrations there. Why would they go bad on their own? So if it's Pennsylvania and they do the review and they do the recount and everything's still there, what if he refuses to concede? It's not in the Constitution. It's a tradition, and we've never tested it.
It is, and frankly, it's irrelevant to the legal process side. It means a lot in bringing the country together and the politics of the situation, but as a legal matter, it is not of no concern to the legal process whether he formally concedes or not. In fact, the processes in the state will move along. The states will certify the election results in the precincts and counties. They will, once they've certified the results, they'll pick the slate of electors. That slate will go to the House of Representatives on January 6th, and the Electoral College winner will be declared.
You know, I lived through 2000, and I remember at the time we were like, boy, we'll never see anything like this again. That was boring compared to what we're looking at right now. Ben Ginsberg, as always, thank you so much for helping us understand our situation a little better, especially this time of night. Pleasure is mine. All right, so there you have it. Let's take a little break. When we come back, we are watching to see if there is any more confirmation of where things stand in this election, apparently, which is that Joe Biden appears to be on the cusp of being the next president of these United States.
I know watching these vote tallies on TV moves very slow, and as slow as it goes, it can be numbing. But never forget, the tallies aren't just numbers. They represent votes and voters, men and women who exercise their fundamental right to have their voice heard. And what's becoming clear each hour is that record number of Americans of all races, faiths, religions chose change over more of the same. They've given us a mandate for action.
Listen, the former vice president and possible president-elect is all of us right now. I don't even know what day it is. We just call it Schmurz Day because it just went from Monday to Friday or whatever. I think it's Saturday now. So let's bring in now Bakari Sellers, April Ryan, Scott Jennings. You guys feel me, don't you? Where's the lie?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So here's the thing. I think people are, they just want to be put out of their misery right now, Scott Jennings. Whether you are a Republican or a Democrat, and correct me if I'm wrong, people just want to either celebrate or get it in their heads that it is over for their side. Call it. We can't do it right now because the math is not there, but people are ready for this to be done with.
Yeah, look, I think it's natural after you have an election, and it's the most consequential transition of political power in the world, right? And so we've been having a very anxious period. It was a stressful election for a lot of people, and now it's over. And folks want to know what our future holds, whether it's Biden, which looks likely, or Trump, which looks unlikely at the moment. People want to know which direction the United States is going in. And I think, Don, frankly, what the United States needs more than anything is, no matter what happens, is to accept the results. I think we didn't have much acceptance, frankly, under Trump, but we should have acceptance in the future because it's the only way our democracy works is if we accept the outcome of elections.
You don't think people accepted the results of President Trump? They may not liked it, but I think they accepted the results.
No, I don't. I think there was resistance every single day of Donald Trump, and I don't think that would be good for the next presidency.
Do you agree with April? You're shaking your head. I'm not sure if you're agreeing or disagreeing.
Well, I agree with Scott. I like the fact that he says it's time to just call it what it is. We're on the cusp of Joe Biden being the 46th president. But depending upon what side of the spectrum you sit, you know, there are those who support Joe Biden who want it to be over. But then you have those who support the president, who I'm now calling instigator-in-chief, because he is instigating a lot of this angst with his constituency, with his followers who are screaming either stop the count or continue the count. And Joe Biden is right. You know, we may be opponents, but, you know, I'm not your enemy. This is a time for unification. Not only is it a time for unification, this president, Donald John Trump, is holding up the peaceful transition of power to include the transition process for Joe Biden to begin to heal the nation and start the work for the American people.
Bakari, you're ready to celebrate. I know you're ready to pop a champagne bottle. And I'm being totally serious. I'm not joking.
Yeah, no, I'm ready to celebrate. Even more importantly, I think that the normalcy, the calm, the demeanor, the grace, the empathy, the compassion that Joe Biden showed tonight is something that everybody in the country, Democrat or Republican, is grasping for. We missed that. We missed the time when you had a leader who could go up and not make it about him, who was bold and who showed how democracy works. And Joe Biden spoke to something today that I think is very important. He spoke to how fragile our democracy is and how he wasn't going to let it be torn apart. I think that's very powerful. To Scott's point about accepting the results, I understand that Scott is talking about the investigations into foreign interference, but I want to talk about this moment and draw a direct contrast, because Hillary Clinton actually called the President of the United States in the middle of the night and conceded that election. She gave a speech the next day. I wish Donald Trump would actually be woman enough to be like Hillary Clinton, you know, to actually have the audacity and the courage to come out and do what's best for the country. And so that would be more of an apples to apples comparison. Right now, I'm ready to, actually, I can't lie, I started celebrating on Wednesday morning. I'm celebrating Joe Biden. I'm even celebrating my friend Kamala Harris even more. And I'm celebrating what the future of this country looks like, because right now, my 22-month-old twins do not have to grow up in a country where Donald Trump is president. And for me, that just makes me feel a lot better than I did the day before the election.
Oh. That line would be. Did you practice that? Because that was really good. Listen, I gotta.
No, I can't practice lines with you. I don't know where you're coming from some nights, so I just have to let it flow naturally, Don.
I do have to say
that was a whopper.
I gotta tell you, I'm being serious about this, because people are wondering. Well, you know, I'm getting texts, even people saying, Don, it is scandalous that you guys have not called this. And my standard text back to them is that the math isn't there yet. But people see where it's heading, but you don't expect people to call an election when the math isn't there yet. We don't know what's going to happen in these places. I mean, you guys can fight me if you don't think that I'm speaking the truth here. But how do we call it when the math is not there yet?
But Don, what state, particularly those who were traditionally red, who wants to be the one who comes out and says, we flipped it? They're slow walking it meticulously and cautiously to make sure that there's no lawsuit from the president. There's nothing going on. But
of course there's going to be a lawsuit, April. Come on. There's going to be a lawsuit everywhere.
I mean, but it's nothing there. There is nothing there. Joe Biden has over 600 attorneys. They were prepared for this. They were anticipating this. They've got over 600 attorneys across the nation who have looked into this. They say there's nothing there. This is all for naught. But what state wants to be the one, particularly the ones who were once red and going to flip blue, to go out first and start this? They want to make sure they've got all their I's dotted and their T's crossed and all the ballots checked properly.
All right, well, you're making the point for me
and Dimple Chad or whatever again.
And for CNN, that we got to be right. More than anything, we don't have to be first or fast. We've got to be right. But Scott, I want to ask you. I've watched. You know, this is my job, so I watch conservative media, watch all kinds of media, read everything. And before this, the president was saying, conservative media saying, the people need to know. They need to know the night of the election. This needs to stop. It can't go any longer than the night of the election. Now they're saying, well, why rush it? Let it all play out. Have a count and a recount and all this. Which is it? The night of the election? Or does it let it play out as long as it takes? Which is it? I'm confused. I don't really know which one that they actually believe. Or do they not believe any of it?
Well, it is what it is in the moment that they think it needs to be. As confusing as that sounds. I mean, like they're clearly grasping for they're grasping for strategy, you know, as you know, in 10-minute increments. And the strategy is different depending on the state, right? You know, I want to count here, I don't want to count there. And I agree, the writing is largely on the wall here, but I guess they're going to give it, the old college try. But when in these situations, I heard Mr. Ginsburg on, who I have great admiration for earlier. When you're ahead, when you have more votes, which is now the case for Biden in all these states, that's when you have all the leverage and all the. You're on offense in these situations because once votes are counted, it's very unlikely votes are going to come off the board, and that's the situation the Trump campaign.
As I'm watching this all play out in real time, how much more can we take? You know, we had the murder hornets earlier in the year. We're doing this historic election on top of a pandemic. I'm serious. We're doing on top of a pandemic. We have an administration, Bakari, who's basically ignored it, saying, trying to make it all rosy when we have hundreds of thousands of people who have died from this. And now you see the chief of staff, and then you see aides in the West Wing or aides of the chief of staff now are positive with coronavirus. You could not write this. If you wrote this for a West Wing episode, they would send it back and say this would never happen, start over again.
I mean, the first thing is, let me just say that my heart goes out to the family of Mark Meadows and the staffer, praying for him to have a great recovery from this deadly virus. The contrast couldn't be clearer, though. You see Joe Biden and Kamala Harris walk on stage to claim the mantle of the presidency and vice presidency, but they're wearing masks. They're leading by example. I think that there are a lot of people, and what we're going to see when we peel back the layers is there were a lot of issues that drove people to the polls, but the number one issue was leadership on the coronavirus, and the leadership going down two fronts. One was the economy, the other one was public health, and it's something that Donald Trump just could not get right, and tonight was so apropos. I mean, it just fits perfectly. But yeah, I think that one of the things you highlighted is the level of exhaustion we have over this last 4 years, the level of exhaustion we have with this president. But I can tell you this, the next 30 days or 60 days or until the inauguration, if we thought the first 4 years were bad, if we thought the first 4 years were filled with turns and ups and downs and hurdles and pitfalls, wait until this president knows that he will not be president for another 4 years, and he will remain in this White House as president of the United States fundamentally unchecked. That is what's scary for me. That's the angst that I have, and that's kind of the chapter that's next to come.
Hey, April, quick answer, because we're going to have you guys back, but 74 million people, is that a mandate?
74 million people know it's about unification. It's about people understanding that there are problems here. COVID, racial reckoning, climate change, the economy. It is the fact that there are people out here who want change, but he also has to bring in that other group, that don't feel like they've been touched by government.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll get back to you guys. Stand by. And you stand by at home as well, because we're waiting for the votes to come in. They're being counted. Will Biden pull ahead further in Pennsylvania? We're looking at, look at that. Pretty close there, 49.1 to 49.6. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a key race alert.
All right, so we're in the phase now here near the end where we're dealing with the ifs and the buts. For instance, if Joe Biden wins the presidency, and it is looking more likely as the vote count continues that could happen, what's he going to do first? What will it be like for him in terms of this governing environment in the middle of a pandemic with what looks like it's going to be a very divided Congress? Don Lemon and I are going to take on a governor who is the center of the biggest problem in this country, Washington Governor Jay Inslee, a Biden competitor, obviously, in the Democratic primary process, but really distinguished himself in taking on the pandemic and seeing what the right course was early on. Governor, thank you for joining us. Don, what's your question for the governor?
Good to see you, Governor. Governor, listen, you ran for president, right? And I'm sure you listened to Joe Biden's speech tonight. He said that he had to deal with the coronavirus, that he had to deal with systemic racism, and he had to bring the country together. That is a tall order, considering how divided we are right now. What do you think his chances are?
I think they're great, and I think he's. This is a magic moment of the man meeting the moment, and I'm serious about this. Look, I like his policies. I think his climate change, clean energy jobs program is fantastic. I think that he is going to be a great general in the war against COVID. It is going to be so refreshing to have a president who will help instead of hinder this effort. But I think tonight, to me, the thing that he's doing, which is the most important, was to give a refreshing, reassuring approach that we are going to, instead of aiming to have constant warfare, we'll aim to solve our problems in this unifying approach. And that very much is his personality and it is his skill set. And so I think that's the most important thing. And he did it really, really well tonight.
Chris, can I follow up real quick? Let me follow up, Governor, because I want to ask you, because there are many who are saying the policies, especially what you wanted with climate change and other things, that it was pulling the party really far to the left. And they don't believe that Joe Biden is going to do that, that he's going to be more of a centrist. Do you think that was a rejection of the more progressive policies, of the more progressive wing of the party?
Very much not. Listen, one of my principal messages was fighting climate change. It's been an abiding passion and dedication of mine for over a decade and a half. And I could not be more delighted for what he is proposing. And frankly, he has shown tremendous growth in this respect. We debated, I don't know, a year and a half ago. And since then, he has embraced comprehensive, robust, achievable, economically productive plan. And I could not be more delighted with that plan, both because it is ambitious and because it is achievable, not just economically, not just technologically, but also politically, ultimately. Now, it's going to be great to win a couple seats in Georgia or whatever we can do. That's going to help. But he's got a lot of executive authority. And on COVID, look, we have been desperate for national leadership on this. This was like fighting World War II with a president who said, you just let Connecticut to fight the war and good luck. To have a person who will actually engage the nation, not only in the economic things we have to do to distribute in an efficient way the vaccine, which we believe is coming, but also to re-energize the kind of personal moral commitment of Americans, which is desperate, that we need right now to get people to start wearing masks at home, reconsider their dinner plans at Thanksgiving, save ourselves. And I believe that, I look forward to a fireside chat from Joe Biden that's going to save a lot of lives.
Well, have a mask on because we're in the middle of a pandemic that's never been worse. But if we look at the political practicality here, Biden comes in, he's got a pandemic again, never been worse, has to deal with it. The economy is it's never been in a more vulnerable place than it is right now during this past 4 years. So he has to deal with it. After that, to your premise, you got beat up on the House side. Mm-hmm. I don't know that you get the Senate. I don't know where the enthusiasm comes for you in these two runoffs in Georgia. I think you're, as likely to lose as anything else. So what is his motivation with a bitterly divided Congress to take on anything as ambitious as what the left wing of his party wants to do?
Look, I know Joe Biden, and I'm just telling you, this guy's got it deep in his heart to understand the existential crisis of climate change. He has embraced it, body and soul. He has put himself out here. Look, this is a guy with enough intestinal fortitude in the last debate, go out and say the truth, which is that we have to transition over the years and decades off of fossil fuels, when he knew Pennsylvania was going to be the critical state. That is proof that he is going to be there big time as a leader on this issue, and he's going to carry Pennsylvania. So I think he has demonstrated his commitment. I have no doubt about it. Mm-hmm. Yes, I hope we're all going to be active in Georgia. And by the way, when Donald Trump is not on the ballot in these special elections, John Lewis is going to be hovering over us on that special election. And I hope we're going to bring it home for him.
That was my question to John Ossoff, by the way. That's all I wanted to say, Chris. You can go on. I asked John Ossoff that. I said, without the president being at the top of the ticket, will people feel less compelled to vote straight across red or party lines? He said he thought it was more about his opponent than who was at the top of the ticket. But we'll see. I mean, look, we've seen some things in Georgia that makes the runoff a very different proposition than we would have thought before. We saw the returns there, but still an open question. A couple steps from that. In terms of who Biden's going to have around him, Governor, you're very important where you are. Phone rings, trying this 2 interviews in a row. And it's Joe Biden. Hey, man, need you. Here's the deal. You got to come down to Washington, be part of the cabinet. You're my environmental guy. Please. Do you take the call to duty?
Well, I certainly take the call because I'm an admirer of his. But right now, I'm making sure I can be governor. And today I was working on our COVID plan that I'm very dedicated on. We got problems now, big time. I am committed to this job. So we got a great state. My grandkids are here. So that's what I'm committed to.
Ooh, the grandkid card. I like that one. Hold on to that. You may need it.
And Chris, how many?
You wanna
Listen,
see my grandkid?
coming from a political family, how many times have you heard that answer? And then all of a sudden, the phone rings
You
and they
wanna
end
see
up
my
doing what the
grandkid?
person on the other end asks them to do.
If it's a wife or a husband and kids, I think it can change.
Yeah.
Grandkids, maybe not. People actually do love their grandkids. Governor, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Governor.
Don, I got the best kind of news. We have potential for more votes coming in the state of Georgia. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back.
You know, my favorite, a key race alert.
There it is. Next. We have a key race alert. Joe Biden has just picked up a few more votes in Georgia. Let's give it right now. Key race alert. Here it is. 16 electoral votes, 4,430 votes now separate the two candidates. 99% of the vote is in. Again, that means different things in different contexts. So let's take a look right now, okay? Do you want to go through other states, or are we good? Let's go right to the magic wall. And Phil Mattingly, I always get afraid to walk away from the wall. All of a sudden, another state pops up. Everybody goes crazy. All right, so where did he get these states and these new votes in Georgia?
This is actually something that gives you a good sense of the universe that's out there in Georgia right now. We just got new vote in from Chatham County. It's the home of Savannah. It's about the, I think, fifth largest county in the state. About 3% of the population is here. And we know that there are just north 70 total votes that came in. We're at that stage of the race right now, where people are basically, the counties that still have outstanding votes, there are very few of them, and they're reporting just a handful here or there. Joe Biden netting out about 34 votes. So you showed the top line, 4,430 votes ahead. That's with the 34 additional votes. And I think the big question with Georgia has been what's outstanding. We've been looking at the network or the universe of provisionals. We've been looking at where military ballots could be, where they could end up going in. I think the reality right now, as you continue to see, we know that there's probably about 500, 600 more votes, mail-in votes to count in Gwinnett. That went heavily towards Joe Biden when they reported a big chunk of what they had remaining today. Right now, when you look at Georgia and you look at what's outstanding and you look at what might come in, Joe Biden sitting at 4,430 votes would feel pretty comfortable. And I think when you look kind of at the overall universe, it is similar with bigger spreads almost across the board. We're waiting, obviously, for Pennsylvania. We're waiting for Arizona. We're waiting for Nevada. And at this point in time, Joe Biden holds pretty decent leads in all of those with more vote to come in.
Let's bring in your friend Harry Enton. Harry, give us some perspective. People are wrestling with, I can't believe how small these margins are despite all this turnout. When we look at history, where does this race size up in terms of this number of states with this thin margins in each?
You know, one of the things that we spoke about before this election was Donald Trump wanted to be the Harry Truman, right? Overcome that polling deficit, surprise everybody. He nearly did, but that race is more instructive to me for this particular context. Back in that election, Truman ended up winning the popular vote by about 4.5 percentage points. I think that's eventually where Biden's margin is heading. And also, the three key states in that particular race were all determined by less than a point. It's rare that we have so many races that are so tight, but it's not without precedent.
Hey, Harry, can I ask, we've been talking a lot about Arizona, obviously where the president's margin, vice president's margin over the president has tightened. Obviously, everybody's laser focused on Pennsylvania. What's going on in Nevada? I know we saw a new Clark batch drop, and that went well for Biden, which I think made a lot of people believe, okay, we have a sense of the universe now. Clark is the biggest Democratic county. Clark is obviously where the Democratic stronghold is in the state. It's 70+% of the vote, largest county in the state. What's your sense of what's outstanding there, and what's that going to mean for Joe Biden, who on net right now is up by about 22,600 votes?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that lead grew. It's vote by mail. We know, obviously, in all the states that the vote by mail has trended much more Democratic than the election day vote. And I honestly think that Biden's margin is going to grow there. And that's, in my opinion, of the four states that are even out, even beyond Pennsylvania, I feel most confident about Biden's chances in Nevada, not just because of the vote that's out, but also because his lead is the largest there. It's 1.8 percentage points and growing since election night.
Is there proof of the theory that the reason that this early vote is going so against the president isn't just because, oh, there was a pandemic, so everybody voted this way, but that his messaging wound up upsetting a culture bias of Republicans usually voting absentee by mail more than Democrats?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely the case. I mean, look at the margins that we're seeing in that vote by mail for Democrats, this is highly unusual historically. And it would seem to me that the president probably hurt his own cause. Now, my guess is a lot of the folks who were going to vote by mail anyway voted Election Day, but you never know exactly what's going to happen. I would say the president's messaging on this hurt him, and given the state of the race and how close it is, maybe it could have made the difference in a few states. I don't think overall, in the overall race, it probably did, but in Arizona, with that margin shrinking, I wouldn't be surprised if we would have perhaps had a different outcome if the president's rhetoric on vote by mail had been a little different.
And just for people's heads real quickly, as you're kind of making your way through the toxic soup of allegations that are out there right now, for the president to be right, you would have to have Republican administrations in multiple states be part of a concerted effort with Democrats to undermine the president, but help Republican congressional House and Senate seats. Think about how crazy complicated that would be, and that no word got out of it for months? Or is it more likely that his messaging not to do it, which was always fake, wound up coming back to bite him? Think about that, especially over the next couple of days when the promises of a lot of things that will be empty come out of this president. Now, in terms of what Biden needed to do in this race, what used to be called the wall and what he was going to try to win back, how has that gone in this race?
As well as they could imagine if he closes the deal on the 4 remaining states right now. Look, this was all about, everybody in politics knew. It was kind of 3 words, right? It was right here. It was Pennsylvania, it was Michigan, it was Wisconsin. That was his theory of the case, is I'm from Scranton. I know this area. I'm the one who can speak to Union voters, Midwestern voters who turned away and turned toward President Trump. And right now, if you look at all 3 of those states, they're all blue. And right now, it looks, we've called 2, and the 3rd looks to be on the way. I think the difference here and the wild cards here are here and here. There was a lot of talk about the Sun Belt, a lot of talk about how Arizona had been shifting towards Democrats, and that the idea that Joe Biden, who was, his whole case was bringing back, rebuilding the blue wall, and Joe Biden's the one who might kick down the door in Georgia for the first time since 1992, might kick down the door in Arizona, which was a very conservative state that, again, has been progressively moving towards the center, and he might be the one to take it in a presidential. I think it's a fascinating dynamic, and I think one of the things, and Harry, I know you've looked at this a lot, is how does this remake how the next person runs for president? How does this remake the party, given what people thought would happen going into the election night and where it ends up now that we're looking at things?
I mean, take a look at a state like Pennsylvania, right, or the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as our colleague Jake Tapper might say. Where did Biden significantly improve upon Clinton's margins? It's not in Philadelphia. It's in the suburbs. It's even in those white working class areas in the northeast part of that state. Talk about Lackawanna County, Lucerne County. Those are the places where Biden was able to improve consistently enough on Clinton's margins in order to flip what was a less than 1-point victory for Donald Trump 4 years ago into a Biden win by less than a point, at least at this particular point. And the other thing that I will note, you know, about Joe Biden, he was selling himself, I can go in, win back these states in the blue wall, places like Pennsylvania. At this particular point in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the Republican House candidates, if you total up all their votes statewide, they are leading the Democratic candidates by 2 points in the same state that Joe Biden is leading by half a percentage point at this point. A candidate like Joe Biden, to me, may have in fact made the difference where another Democratic candidate may have fallen short.
All right, let's take a quick break. Joe Biden's lead, where it matters, is increasing. Where? Why? How? Next. Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage, election night in America, with you boys, Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon here. Tonight, we are anxiously waiting final votes. We see the trend lines, but you got to get it right, and we'll see if that happens on our watch. We're watching Pennsylvania most closely because if Joe Biden wins there, this is over. However, in Georgia, Biden just picked up some votes, Don, and that could be a big play.
Yeah, it could be. Listen, Chris, we know how the folks at home are feeling about this. We are living it. We are feeling it.
They don't like
well.
that you won't call the race, Don.
They don't like it that we won't call the race, but we can't right now. The best way to put it, the math is not there yet, but it is moving in one direction, and we cannot deny that. But we can't officially say anything right now because It just would not be accurate at this point. And no one wants to be wrong. We want to be accurate. We want to be right because we're doing the work of the American people. We are here for you. So this a little while ago, I don't know if you guys everyone saw it, but the possible president-elect, Joe Biden, addressed the American public saying confidently that he will win this race, but asking everyone, as I just said, just be patient and let all the votes be counted and let it be counted properly, Chris.
Yeah, look, there's no question he gave the right message. And one of the reasons that everybody has to be careful here is because we have an underlying suggestion, baseless as it is, that this can't be trusted. And that is coming from the person who should be instilling the most trust in the process, the person who was elected to defend it, President Trump. So let's give you the latest information. We have significant key race alerts. All right, let's take a look. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. Now the margin, 28,833 votes still trickling in. We'll take through it. Obviously, Biden wins. Biden is president. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. Frankly, Biden would be president-elect. Let's be careful about it. 16 electoral votes in Georgia. The lead just went up 30 votes. Why? We're into very small batches of ballots now. 4,430. That state really looking at a recount. Now we have Arizona and Nevada. So Arizona first. 11 electoral votes, 29,861. For the last few days, this has been a story of the inverse narrative. Trump has been catching up to Biden. Arizona, an interesting study if you want into a window of the change in America. Usually solidly red, now starting to change as we change as a people if we decide to accept it. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. 22,657 there. That had been seen as shaky, mostly because of a vacuum of information. The more votes have come in. Looks like Biden should be okay. We will see. Takes us to the electoral map. 253 to 213. Why does this not change? We keep telling you that the states seem more and more for Biden, because until it is projected, you will not see it detected on that map. Okay, the places stay clear because until we get it done, they're going to stay here. CNN has not called Arizona and has not called Maine's 2nd congressional district. I know other people have different numbers. That's their business, not ours. Let's go to MJ Lee right now. She's with the Biden team. She's actually in front of the big location in Wilmington, Delaware, where if Joe Biden becomes president-elect, that's where they're going to have their big celebration. What are they saying in terms of the likelihood of anyone ever joining you there?
Well, Chris, we heard Joe Biden himself basically walking right up to the line of saying that he was victorious without actually saying the words, I win. But the reality is that we are now entering Saturday without the race having been called. But if you have been talking to folks close to him, and if you listen carefully to what he said, it is clear that the Biden campaign at this point believes that it is a done deal. As one Biden aide put it to me earlier, going to win, but by how much? And as you heard the former vice president himself saying in his speech, he predicted that they were going to win Arizona and Georgia. And he, of course, talked about rebuilding the blue wall and said he is certainly going to win Pennsylvania. Obviously, those results have been trickling in. And one part of his speech that I thought was so critical and so such a key part of his speech and clearly his message going forward was talking about just bringing the country together. Obviously, I think the last couple of days have really shown how divided this country is, and his message so far has been so much centered around national unity and getting rid of sort of the divisions that have really plagued this country. And tonight in his speech, he said that there is a difference between opponents and enemies. Take a listen.
The purpose of our politics, the work of the nation, isn't to fan the flames of conflict, but to solve problems, to guarantee justice, to give everybody a fair shot, and to improve the lives of our people. We may be opponents, but we're not enemies. We're Americans. And no matter who you voted for, I'm certain of one thing. The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues, but at least we can agree to be civil with one another.
Now, even though the Biden campaign is feeling very confident that victory is headed their way, doesn't mean that they're not feeling some level of impatience. The reality is that they have been in this sort of holding pattern. They can't officially declare victory, and they just want to sort of move on with it, right? As you were talking about where I'm standing right now, the stage behind me that is lit up, that is presumably going to be the stage that they have been prepping, where he would give his big victory speech. We don't know if that's going to come necessarily today. That's certainly the hope from the Biden campaign. They thought that that speech would actually come last night. It obviously did not. I will also say, too, Biden said, even if I can't officially declare myself the victor yet, I am going to get started on the work of, confronting and dealing with the big problems facing the country. And when I've spoken to Biden advisors, they say that certainly includes his ongoing work on COVID-19. We obviously know that he has been very busy these last couple of months meeting with public health officials and holding these briefings. These aides say that work is going to continue regardless of whether or not this race is called. Chris.
MJ Lee, thank you very much. All right, let's go over to the Magic Wall and Phil Mattingly. I'm actually surprised, Phil, that he's not talking more about the pandemic. One, it gets you away from the kind of just the frustration of nothing really changing and waiting. Start doing the job. You know, if that's the job you want, we need to have the discussion anyway. The more he talks about that, I think the better for everybody. So, Georgia, he just got some more votes. Take us through from where and why they're so small, and what does it say about how close we are to the end?
First, so I just want to do something real quick, and then we'll do that. What people need to be watching for right now, besides being still awake for a fourth straight day and wondering when this is going to be done, you make a key point. There's one state that is the most important state of all because one state that could end it. That's the state of Pennsylvania. And you watch over there, you hit that one state, 253 turns to 273. There's your pathway. There's your president-elect of the United States. However, there's another combination here. And as these votes come in, and what we're going to be watching for over the course of the day, is there's also a distinct possibility that Arizona and Nevada could be called in a pretty timely manner when their votes start to report, when their votes start to come in. That also gets the vice president to 270. There are multiple pathways for Vice President Biden. We know that. We've talked about this now for several days. They've been very apparent. Pennsylvania is what everybody keeps an eye on. But given the amount of vote that should come in this morning in both Nevada and Arizona, just keep an eye on those. Just keep an eye on those. Now that people have a better understanding kind of the entire universe, those are on the verge as well, given what we've seen. Now, you asked about Georgia, and I think what we saw last hour, we got 74 votes in from Chatham County, 74 votes underscoring that unlike election night when we were getting 10, 20, 30, a million votes at a time, we are now at the stage where we're getting 74 votes. But I think if you want to take anything away from where things stand in Georgia right now, it's that every batch of votes that come in, Joe Biden's lead goes up. And it might only be by 34 votes, as it was with the votes that came in Chatham County. But the vote that's outstanding, Gwinnett's got about 500 or 600 left. That's a Democratic county. We know they're still working through provisionals. We know there's a possibility of some more military and overseas ballots coming in. But going into a recount, which it's almost a certainty that they will, everybody kind of acknowledges that at this point, Joe Biden's going in with a solid lead unless something changes dramatically. We'll see how the military votes come in the actual universe of them. But we've talked about this, and Harry knows a lot about this too, and it's always a really good point. Recounts, if you're shifting 4,000 votes in a recount, something went catastrophically wrong.
Right.
That's not something, you've covered them, you've covered a number of them. That's not something you normally see. So I just keep an eye on that on the margin.
And again, I don't believe in giving a fair hearing to an unfair allegation, but for the president to be right about his suspicions, again, this would have to be true, that there had been grotesque levels of fraud and a Republican administration with a friendly governor who wants to impress Donald Trump, who risked the real kind of expeditious nature of dealing with COVID to kind of please Trump. He kept it quiet. He's not saying anything about it. He was part of this scheme, a Republican governor, a Republican Secretary of State. It doesn't make sense, which is why they're not offering any proof and they're not going to court. Usually you go to court. Look at the proof we have. We'll tell you what it means. They're doing it in reverse. Think about it. Now, Harry, you think about this. Make whatever point you want, but after you answer this question, which is why we're not calling the race is about feel more than it is formula. So while Phil is right, 4,430 votes should be okay from a recount perspective, what are you looking at in terms of a level of sufficiency to make a call on an election? Because it's not, at 48% or 90% in or 99% in. What are you looking for to feel comfortable with a call?
Well, I should make it clear, right? I'm not the decision maker.
I know, but you understand the political
Right.
science.
Look, this is the presidency of the United States we're talking about here. We want to be as sure as we possibly can be. We want to make sure in Pennsylvania, for example, let's get outside that recount territory. We know that there's those provisionals. We believe that Joe Biden will probably gain from those, but we can't be necessarily sure. So we just want to be careful, as careful as we possibly can be. But here's the thing that I will note about the count so far. Nothing in the returns from any of these states have been surprising. So yes, we should be careful. We should dot our I's, we should cross our T's. But what we're seeing in Georgia right now, Biden's expanding lead. In Pennsylvania, Biden's expanding lead. In Nevada, Biden's expanding lead. And even in Arizona, where his lead is shrinking, but not at the rate that Donald Trump needs it to shrink in order to overtake him. At this point, all of the counts in these key battleground states are going as we should expect them to go. And if they continue to go as we expect them to go, Joe Biden should, in fact, be the president. Of course, we'll just have to wait and see on that.
Did you ever another point that you wanted to make?
No, that was exactly the point. You led me straight into it, Chris. We have a good thing. You, me, Phil over there.
And thanks for letting me be a part of this.
After 17 hours, I always get something right the first time. So in terms of the overall state of play, we now have, when we look at the big map, and people are saying, wait, no, you have it wrong. It's not 253. It's 264. Not every organization is the same. We have not called Arizona or the Maine 2nd District. And that is because we're just waiting to get it right, especially with this underlying suspicion that's been injected into this all being a fraudulent thing. Just because you say it, when it's a president, it gains weight. So let's do this. As we hear about these little baskets coming in, and as we start to consider the issues of what comes next, there are hard conversations that need to be had, and really the time is now. Let's take a break and come back and get after it. No question that we are in an unfortunate situation because we have a sitting president who seems determined to not accept what happens in a free and fair election. How do we know that? Well, without basis, he has resorted to baseless claims of fraud. So what is the state of play inside his camp, if not his head? Let's go to Ryan Nobles in Washington. What are you hearing about the popularity of the idea that the election fate will be changed by really substantial litigation?
Well, there aren't too many Republicans outside of the president's immediate orbit who firmly believe, Chris, that there are legal options at the president's disposal that could fundamentally change the outcome of this election. But the problem is that the president isn't really listening to those folks. His circle is very tight around them. Most of them feed him the information that he wants to hear. And judging just by the president's Twitter feed over the past 24 hours, it is pretty clear that he is willing to continue this fight as long as it possibly takes and hold on to whatever slim hope he has of winning this election right up until the very end. And what's interesting about this posture from the president, Chris, is that we saw this coming. I went to a lot of these rallies over the past 6 months. I think I was at 23 of them. And we actually heard the president forecast this exact scenario. He often talked about what could happen on election night, that his opponent, or that he would take a big lead, and that mail-in votes, which he often tried to cast aspersions on and suggest that they were somehow fraudulently put together, would then turn the tide as the days went on. And he would often tell his supporters that if we don't know the results on election night, that means there is a problem. Of course, none of that is based in fact. These are all legal votes that have been counted by states across the country and will continue to be counted. But it just gets you into the psyche of the president, this particular president, and exactly what he may or may not do over the next couple of days. Maybe under normal circumstances, we would be having serious talks about a president making a phone call to his opponent and talking about the next stage. There's no conversations like that happening right now, Chris. And that's why we are in the situation where we are now, waiting for all of these votes to be cast, because it's pretty clear that Donald Trump is not going to step away from his position anytime soon.
Understood. Ryan Nobles, thank you very much. And just to be clear, if there is proof of fraud, proof of gross misconduct or malfeasance, we should see it. We need to see it. You go to court. You try it out. We've had that happen in our election before in a major way in 2000. And claims of fraud are not unusual, but they come with proof. And absent that, we have a novel situation where our president has become part of the problem. And that's tricky. But it's easier to understand who somebody's watched it up close and in real time. That brings us to our next guest, Olivia Troy, former aide to Vice President Pence, key on the coronavirus task force. Good to see you again.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for having me tonight.
Now, when you hear the notion of the president trying to get people to motivate blind ambitions that have no basis, you do not shake your head, no way, because you lived it. What do people need to understand about how this president can be when faced with people saying, no, that's not true, or we can't do that? How does that go in his midst?
Well, I think the president has his own reality, and I think he has told us flat out what his plan was for the past couple of months, and we are seeing it play out firsthand. And I think anyone in his immediate orbit, to be honest, is probably half panicking on it, because they knew that this is a situation we would be in should he be losing, which he is right now currently. And I think that they are probably trying to figure out how they're going to mitigate more damage. And Donald Trump, you can't control him. He will make his own decisions, and he will behave in the manner that he does. And there's no stopping him. I don't know anyone who is going to be able to talk him out of any of this behavior.
And does the significance of the context matter? Meaning, hey, we're talking about our democracy. We're talking about an election. It's not what numbers do we put out about the coronavirus. Does the magnitude of the moment matter?
I don't think it does. Because for him, it's about his reality, his reelection, and his status. And it comes down to, once again, Donald Trump only caring about himself and his future and his standing. And the issue with that is, that's why I am concerned. I am concerned at who will actually have the backbone to walk into the Oval Office or into that residence and say, you know, the people have spoken, they have voted, it's over. It's over, and it's time to comply.
Well, we know who it probably won't be, at least for the next week or two. Mark Meadows, the chief of staff, because he, we've been told, has coronavirus. Wish him well. Hope it doesn't spread to his family. Hope he's asymptomatic and he gets back on his feet in no time. But are you surprised that people around this president keep getting sick?
Not at all. You've seen the reckless behavior. They walk around very cavalier. They know this virus is real. We've seen the number of cases increasing daily. There are people across the country that are suffering still today. People in my family that are suffering with this virus down in Texas, but they don't care. And I'm not surprised that it continues to spread inside the White House. And I think their focus is on the election. It doesn't matter who gets sick around him. Donald Trump doesn't care.
Now, again, we wish the chief of staff well. I can't say it enough. Why? Because we don't say nice things enough in the current climate, even when someone is sick. This president is even known to wish that people will get sick again. So let's try to be better than that. Now, Meadows said we can't control the virus. And I'd like your take on a day where, once again, we've set the worst kind of record, which is for most coronavirus cases in a day. And we're seeing hospitalizations get into dangerous territory in a lot of different places. How much of these arcs of increase that we suffer do you believe are because of a lack of planned response?
They're absolutely a result of the failed response that we had back in the spring and the summer. We knew that we would be in this situation right now. That is why this is so unfortunate and, quite frankly, just devastating. It is horrible to watch the number of cases increase to the astounding levels that they're at right now, because we talked about it. We had conversations that we would potentially be in this situation depending on the pandemic response of this administration. And we knew that we had to be doing everything possible to get ahead of it come the fall and winter. And unfortunately, due to politics, this is the situation we're in right now. And this is lives.
So the former VP, Joe Biden, may be the president-elect at some point, maybe not, we'll see. But he has been taking briefings about coronavirus. What is your insider's guide of what he should be listening to and focusing on most closely in terms of getting out of the gate on the right foot?
I think the main advice is listen to the experts, listen to the people that you have in these public health agencies and Dr. Fauci and those people who really understand the virus, who understand what we have been facing for the past few months and really understand the capability and everything that we have laid out repeatedly for this president that wouldn't listen to us, and just start to move forward on it, start to message it, and just start to communicate with the American public. We don't have time to lose. This is getting really bad.
Well, there's no denying that. Again, another record set of the worst kind, most cases we've seen. We've had most of our worst days as we were coming up to the election. The timing could not be more suggestive. Olivia Troy, thank you for providing insight, as always, to the audience. Be well.
Thank you.
All right, we are in the end stage of this election, and that is good as long as we get it right. And as long as once we get it right, we get it together. What is the likelihood of that happening? Let's discuss next. All right, here we are with Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. We've been watching, we've been waiting. We are not hesitating, but what is the state of play, our top line of where we are?
You know, I think the top line is more of kind of a drawback to a 30,000-foot level, right? Because I think we've been getting so in the weeds county by county by county, and as we wait for more vote to come in, I think it's worth taking some perspective, too. You know, we talked about kind of Joe Biden's ability to win the blue wall back, and obviously pending Pennsylvania. We've talked about what happened in the Southeast, what might happen in Arizona as well. But I think what's most fascinating about this is it's not that Donald Trump is underperforming. It's not that Donald Trump is underperforming at all. In fact, pick the state of Wisconsin, Joe Biden, this has been called for Joe Biden. Look at Donald Trump's vote, 1.61 million votes. Let's flash back to 2016. He won the state and had 200,000 fewer votes. Let's take over to Michigan. Back in 2016, 2.3, we'll give him 2.3 million votes. What happened? 2.6 million votes. I think one of the underappreciated, and we're all kind of figuring out what to actually take away from this. You go into Pennsylvania in 2020. This hasn't been called yet, but Donald Trump currently 3.3 million votes. Back in 2016, won the state, 2.9 million votes. The issue, and I think one thing that everyone can acknowledge right now, is that President Trump's turnout operation, President Trump's voters, Republicans, came out, and they came out in waves. And there was some sense going into it that this would become some massive blue wave and, you know, all these different things. And the reality is that, one, Joe Biden overperformed massively what Hillary Clinton had in 2016 on that, but also that President Trump's voters turned out. And so for those looking for a massive repudiation of President Trump, or what does this mean for the Republican Party, I think that's something that people are going to have to grapple with, both Republicans and Democrats.
Well, there are going to be layers of why. Let's go to the popular vote. Okay, so the other night, now this isn't done, right? You could see Biden be over 75 million at the end of it, right? And Trump is now at 70 million territory. So first of all, in terms of history, we have never seen this. It is the most votes ever for somebody for president. And in second place is this. So it's a tricky picture. My perspective when we heard about this number is it is a spanking of Donald Trump. Trump folk don't like that. Why? All these other races had bigger gaps. We have never seen as many people come out to reject a sitting president as we did in this election. And that's what I see, all due respect to the former VP. I think this was an up and down vote on Donald Trump. And we've never had this many people come out to say down, spanking. However, then why did he do so well? And in terms of blue wave, you can't. This is a humongous group of people, but it can't qualify as a blue wave because it didn't continue carrying Congress. You're going to have a runoff in the Senate. The Democrats thought they were going to walk away with it. They had a favorable map. They didn't get it. In the House, they lost seats. So
which is stunning.
Doesn't sound like a wave to me.
And I think once this presidential concludes, people will start to get their heads around more what happened down ballot, besides the fact that Democrats didn't win the Senate.
Another thing, the state legislatures didn't go well for the Democrats.
The fact that Democrats thought they were going to pick up between 5 and 15 seats in the House, and they are losing seats, and their majority is slimming down. You talk about state legislatures. There weren't a lot of really kind of tight governor's races there, but Republicans picked up seats there, a seat there as well. On net, I think it's, you know, this is kind of Harry's world, but it's tough to figure out a straight narrative of what this all means. You know what it means at the top of the ticket right now. That's become pretty apparent. But what it means when you go down ballot, both for Democrats and Republicans, Republicans trying to grapple kind of with their reality, it's going to be fascinating to watch play out.
Mixed. Harry, come on in on this, but I don't even know that I'm clear about what this means. Again, I see this as a spanking when you have more people come out than ever to say they don't want you as president, but you've also had more people than ever come out to say they want to keep you as president.
I mean, look, he's an incumbent president. They rarely lose. He's losing right now. he's probably going to lose by 4 or 5 points when all the votes come in from California and New York. Now, we could argue about what adjective or verb or whatever the grammar is here at 1:33 in the morning is, but that is a clear repudiation of him. Yes, Donald Trump has a ton of fans, but the fact of the matter is he also has a ton of people who dislike him. Those number of folks clearly outnumber those who really do like him. And the fact that he is doing considerably worse than the House Republican candidates when you look at the popular vote nationwide, doing about 2 points worse, I think is a clear sign that there was something that this key swing group in the electorate, who oftentimes determines elections, didn't like about him. And maybe another Republican candidate might have won where Donald Trump lost.
You know, this is another one, too. You take Susan Collins' Senate race. Susan Collins' Senate race, Sarah Gideon, ton of money. Going in, polling.
Collins never led in a poll.
Never led in a poll. Never led in a poll. And look at this margin. And now, compare it to President Trump.
Hey, guys, can I jump in on this?
Yeah, absolutely.
As much as it pains me to say this, I think Harry is absolutely right. I think that this was a repudiation of the president.
How's that different than what I said?
Okay, Chris, listen, think about the logic in this. It wasn't a blue wave on the Democrats' part. Most of the Republican congressional people, Senate people, they won. But the president did not. What does that say? The people didn't like the president's policies, his actions. They wanted him out, but they didn't necessarily want their Republican local folks out. So they agree with their local folks and their policies and what they're doing, but they don't agree with the top of the ticket. So it may not be a blue wave, but it's certainly a repudiation of Donald Trump and his actions and his policies. That's all. There's no other way to read that.
I agree. I don't know why Harry gets the credit.
Because I'm better looking than you are, clearly.
Because Harry said it.
I'll go with that, but you're
and
not
he
more
made
right.
the most sense.
But I said the 74, 75.
Harry brought better statistics. He had the 2% difference.
And think about it, you had this many people voting. Yeah, you had a lot of Trump people voting. I actually think that the president did two things. He got his people to turn out, right? He has an enormous turnout machine with the rallies and so on, even though that they were very dangerous. But also, I think the Democrats, because of the early voting and all the numbers that we were reporting saying, oh my gosh, the Democrats are, early voting and the numbers
the president going bad on early voting.
Yes, the president going bad. But what that served to do is to turn out both sides. I think Republicans heard, or the president's supporters heard the news and heard the president saying, hey, listen, they're turning out in droves with this early voting. You got to get to the polls. And I do think that worked for the president in the end on Election Day.
Let's get some more mind work on what this race means and what the president might do next if this election winds up the way it's trending right now, which would be making his opponent, Joe Biden, president-elect. Anthony Scaramucci joins Don and me right now. Anthony, on this first question of what this race means, most votes ever for the opponent, most votes ever for the incumbent, what's the message?
Well, listen, like two messages. One, Donald Trump knows how to engage people. He's a rating superstar, and it brought everybody to the table to vote. Secondarily, more importantly, he brings us all together, a very large portion of us, the majority of us. We unified against him, which is evidence from those voting totals. But I think this is the most important thing. When you and Harry and Don are talking about the stratification of voting and the splitting of the ticket, it's a re-emphasis that there's absolutely no evidence of fraud. Because why wouldn't they just fraudulently go through the ticket and just pick all Democrats as an example? And so,
Anthony, that is the smartest thing.
Fraud.
That's the smartest thing I've heard you say, because all night I've been screaming at the television when people say, "Oh, this is a fraud," and well, if it's a fraud, if they were trying to set up, Republicans, why did all the Democrats lose at the bottom of the ticket?
I just said that too, by the way.
Yeah, well, you didn't say it fast enough, but it was you, so it doesn't matter.
All right, well, I don't know. Maybe you guys said it, but I was running down to the studio.
It's not you,
I'm just thinking.
We're saying you're right.
Don only likes it when he says it.
No, but I'm just saying to you guys that it is so hard for me, and it's hard for me to even say this to you guys together, but I'm sad about it. Like when I saw the president last night giving that press conference, it's not like I'm happy about it. Of course, I wanted him to lose because he's unfit to be president. He's not the right personality to be president. But when you're watching the manifestation of that behavior, he is our president. And so you're looking at him, you're like, okay, come on, you know it's not a fraud. Why are you making this stuff up right now? And why are you embarrassing yourself, your family, and the American people before the world? Why don't you just do the right thing here and say, okay, listen, I lost this fair and square, and I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave peacefully, and I'm going to help Joe Biden with the transition. If you really love the country and you believe in
We're
MAGA,
talking about Donald Trump here, Anthony.
then you'll support. Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying. So to me, it's very sad, guys. I
think
what's
we
going
all
on,
agree
I look
with you,
at the
Anthony.
evidence.
We all agree with you that it's sad. The reason it's sad, I think, we'll have differences of opinion on. To me, it's sad because I believe that that was a clear demonstration of why he's going to lose this election if he does. That in a moment of crisis and a moment of need of leadership, maybe the most that's happened during his 4 years, he did the opposite of leadership. And he put people in a bad place.
Evidence.
He insulted the entire country on a basis that matters most, which is our sense of integrity of the process that matters most. And that's why I worry about what he'll do next. Do you believe that Donald Trump has the ability to blow everything up just to give himself a sense of satisfaction?
100% I do. And I would ask every viewer or listener to look at the Nero degree from Nazi Germany. When Hitler figured out that he wasn't going to run the Reich, he told the generals, flood the mines, bring down the electrical grid around Berlin. And they looked at him and said, why are you doing that? Well, if I'm not running it, I want to destroy the whole thing. And I'm not comparing him to Hitler. I'm just telling you that people that have tendencies and personality types like him have a tendency toward nihilism. And if he doesn't have an intervention from a lot of smart people, or perhaps his family, or a few generals, or maybe a billionaire that he's close to, say, hey, you lost. Don't be the sore loser. America is not about sore losers. Okay, America is about a peaceful transfer of power and leave professionally. Okay, and now if he's not capable of doing that, there isn't any more evidence that I can tell anybody in the world that he should not be president. Because the president of the United States has to, guys, has to be capable of doing that. And that's the thing that makes me sad.
Never
So
seen him do it now or before. And Don's been covering him for a while now. You've known him a long time. I've known him a long time. I would argue, and I think The Atlantic has a piece out right now about it, Don, that he has never had to take it, even lost. People talk about his bankruptcies. He got bailed out every time by somebody else. Don, what's your take?
Well, two things, Anthony, if you will, because you were around him. You know the people around him. Anybody around him can tell him the truth? And would he listen?
Yeah, sure. Ivanka can tell him the truth. Kellyanne Conway's always been able to, in a very delicate sportsman, the CEO of Blackstone can tell him the truth.
Will he listen?
Dick Cheney, I'm sorry?
Will he listen?
Dick Cheney could pick up the phone and tell him the truth. I mean, there's a lot of people that could tell him the truth. Is he going to listen to the truth? That I don't know. I could think Chris is really hammering the right point, that he's not used to this, and so he's not handling it well, and he should have capitulated. Guys, come on, look at the numbers. Okay, the numbers are there. He is losing by more than he beat Secretary Clinton.
Yeah.
That's just a fact.
So
she was a gentle person and conceded.
Okay, so this is the second part, and again, as much as it pains me, I think Chris is right about his last point. But this is the thing, more than just Donald Trump, is what he's saying and what his behavior is having a terrible effect, I think, on the people who support him, on his base. Because what they're having to deal with right now, sadly, and I don't mean, I'm not saying this to be condescending, is that it's almost like they're, how do I say this? Because I really don't want to be insulting. It's as if...
No, he's the wrong messenger for their message.
It's not even that there's a wrong messenger. It's as if they have... they're going through an involuntary programming, deprogramming, right? So they were on this sugar high, where many of them, not all of them, so don't get it wrong, everyone. Many of them, they were on this sugar high about really about bigotry in a way, about conducting themselves in ways the president conducts himself. That it was okay to be nasty to people in public. It was okay to be superior. It was okay to say nasty things. It was okay to threaten people. It's okay to shut off bridges. It is okay to yell at people and call them fake news and fake media. All of those things were okay. And then all of a sudden, overnight, what they believed, everything, the world that they were living in has come crashing down. It wasn't real when they were living it, and it's not real now. So all of a sudden, the mask is being pulled back, and they are being involuntarily programmed right now. And how are they going to deal with that? Because he's not telling them, hey, we need to accept it. He is trying to convince them, continue to convince them that the world that they were living in was real. And I mean all of the terrible things that he taught them, not the good things that they were doing. Because I think the good things are when people should want to come together, right? People should want to live with all kinds of people. But the terrible things that he did, they were not okay. And now they're going to have to live in a world where people are going to say, you know, it wasn't okay, and maybe you should not have been following this guy before in all of his madness and making excuses for it.
Well, I mean, this is what I would say is that in our lifetimes, we have never seen this. And so therefore, the people that are living in the United States have never seen this. And hopefully, when they see the data and they recognize there's no fraud in the data or de minimis fraud, as we've found out, it's very de minimis, if any, they'll say, okay, this was a fair and square election, just like we see our sporting contests, just like we see things that happen in our lives when pursuing jobs or other things. He lost, and Vice President Biden won. And so therefore, I think if he stays in the position that he's in, he's going to sour those people, and it may break up that ice that you're talking about, Don, and that's going to be very bad for everybody. The best thing to do here is to admit it. And, you know, we've all seen the sore loser in our lives, but we've really never seen an American president that's a sore loser. There's 3 incumbent presidents that have lost the second term election, the incumbency, in the last 80 years since World War II.
Right.
And they've handled it as gentle people.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's not. It's Jimmy Carter and it's George Herbert Walker Bush, and now it's Donald J. Trump. What are you doing? Somebody's got to get to him and say, look at the math, look at the numbers. Be the guy that everybody wants you to be.
Anthony, more importantly, I know you got to get to the break, but before you get to the break, Chris, let me just say this. I think it's important for Democrats and for people who this president is demonized. I think it's incumbent upon them to take the higher road, to take the high ground, take the high road here.
I agree.
Not engage, not gloat, and to truly want to work with the other side. And I know it's going to be hard. I know it's tough because they've been so terrible with the bigotry and with all the screaming and yelling and the behavior. But I think you're just going to have to, if you're a Christian, you're going to have to do what the Bible tells you. And you're going to have to be the bigger person in all of this if we're going to come together. If not, do your thing. But that's all I'm saying.
Look, I'm digging the conversation. Anthony, do me a favor.
Victory, magnanimity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big word.
No,
Biggest
just
word
saying,
I ever heard you
victory,
use was
magnanimity.
mayonnaise. Magnanimity. Let's see if we can figure out how to pronounce that in the break.
It took me 6 months to practice
I
pronouncing
mean, I know you got the
word.
I
Let's
can't
not go
believe you went
crazy.
this long without saying you went to
I
Harvard.
pronounced it properly, okay? It took me 6 months. It took me 6 months to learn how to pronounce it.
Good for you getting hooked on phonics. Let's take a break, and when we come back, we'll continue this conversation. Anthony, can you stay for another block?
Yeah, no, please. I would love to stay. Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much. Stay with CNN.
Back now with Anthony Scaramucci, and we're talking about, I want to talk about what this transition is going to be like, and if Anthony can give us any idea of what's happening behind the scenes at the White House right now and what might happen over the next 75 days or so.
Well, I'm going to get some people in trouble because I still have friends inside the White House. So there are 5 or 6 senior people inside the White House that are ready to accept the peaceful transfer of power, and they're going to work very closely with the Biden administration. Unfortunately, the President of the United States is not one of those people, but I think there's some very smart people there that are saying to themselves, okay, the people have spoken, and it's our responsibility to make sure that this transition is done in a way that's seamless and that the integrity of the government and the execution of what the government needs to do in terms of functionality takes place. So You may not ever see the president concede, but you will see several of the people inside that White House working alongside of the potential new Biden administration to make things work. And there's irony to that because the Obama administration, when President Trump won 4 years ago, they were open arms to him, whatever their opposition was.
I wonder how much help the Biden people are going to want from this administration, given its track record on how it handles things. But let me ask you, do you think that if President Trump does not win this election, do you think he'll go to the inauguration of Joe Biden?
Great question.
Thanks, Don.
So everybody around him says no. Everybody says that he will not do that and that he's going to break every norm and he's going to break every tradition, and he hasn't gotten along with the past presidents. He didn't go to John McCain's funeral. He didn't go to George Herbert Walker Bush's funeral. And so everybody around him is saying no. And for some reason, I'm going to say yes. And I'm not exactly sure why, but I actually think, guys, it's in his best interest to do so. And since he always acts in what he thinks is his best interest, I am going to make the bet that he does it, because if he is under a criminal investigation in New York, and let's surmise that he might be, and let's presume that he's innocent, because that's our rule of law to do that. But I think it would be in his best interest to cooperate with everybody to see if he can disentangle himself from all these different things he's around. You read the Deutsche Bank article today. They're looking for $300 to $400 million from him right after he leaves the presidency. And so if he's a smart guy and he's got very smart people around him that are offering him hard-up advice, it would be a gentleman, go to that inauguration, do everything you can to help yourself disentangle yourself from the problems that you're in. So I hope he will do that, but I am in the contrarian view right now based on my conversations from people inside the system.
So you said that he's going to go or he's not going to go?
They're saying no.
I'm
Mooch
saying
says
he's going
yes.
to go, but I'm telling you that almost everybody else is
Got it.
saying no, Don, that he's not going to go.
I agree that I think he is going to go. I agree with you, but I think it's just, for me, I think it's just he likes the ratings. He knows people are going to be watching, and maybe somehow it's his last time to create a spectacle of some sort. But I have a question for you. It's probably not as good as Chris's, because I thought that was a great question. But obviously, who's going to be around, though? When you look at Mark Meadows and you look at two staffers and you look at all the other people in the administration who have succumbed to COVID, and listen, it can happen to any of us, but an administration that hasn't taken it seriously enough, who's going to be there to even help in the transition? And are the Biden folks even going to want to go there with a pandemic and an administration that hasn't taken it seriously?
Well, listen, I can only speak about the past transition. It was very valuable to talk to people inside the Obama administration about what was going on and where the baton had to get transferred. And so somebody like Larry Kudlow, as an example, he's already signals that he's an advocate for a peaceful transfer of power, and I believe him. And I believe he'll do a good job helping anybody on the Biden administration's economic team, should that come to pass, helping them organize themselves. And there are other people. Mark Meadows is sick. He'll likely, hopefully, get better prior to that. I remember Mark as being a very honorable guy. You guys may remember from Psych 101, the Milgram experiment, where an authoritarian leader sort of makes you do things that you don't really want to do. And I think Mark is a victim of that. And I hope he'll pull himself back together. And you don't agree with that?
There's a Chris I know. Tell him, Chris.
I don't agree with it for a nanosecond. These are grown-ups,
Okay,
all right?
so why
this
are
isn't
all
Stockholm
these,
Syndrome.
Why are all these people
this isn't the
following
prisoner's
the wrong
dilemma.
way?
Go ahead.
Why are all these people following the wrong path then, Chris? Why
Because
are
it's the shortest line to the front and they're ambitious.
And
Go ahead.
come on, it's power and proximity to power. Anthony, look, Anthony and I are friends, and I have to tell you, I've told you this before, you did something that is almost unheard of in politics, which was you understood that what you were doing was wrong. You thought it was the right thing, but you realized it was wrong because of who you were doing it for, and you changed. It's rare in this business because everybody makes their own choice, and they're going to have to own it. All right, we got to jump. We have to take a break. Anthony, thank you. God bless. Get some sleep. We'll be right back.
What? I'm not even going to respond to that. I'm going to leave it right there.
Good.
No, because we're going to the break.
Key race alert. No more mooch. Welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage, Election Night in America. Chris Cuomo, Don Lemon. Here we are waiting for the final votes to be counted so a winner can be declared and we can start dealing with the worst medical emergency in a generation. The trending is Joe Biden may well be the next president-elect. Don Lemon.
Yeah, and we have to tell you, we feel like you feel at home. If I have any more sugar and any more coffee, I don't know what I'm going to say or what's going to happen. We know that you've been up for days. We have too. We know that you're feeling anxious. You want this to be over, but we're going to take you through it. We promise we'll get you through it. And soon, sometime soon, the race will be called. The former vice president addressed the American people tonight. He did it confidently, saying that he is going to win the election. That's what he believes, but he is asking, Chris, that everyone just be patient, just like I said.
And look, it's hard to be patient when it seems that you know the outcome. It's hard to be patient when you're suffering from a pandemic. We just learned that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has it. The man who said we cannot control the virus. Certainly can't control it in the White House. And yet we have to be certain because of this atmosphere of doubt that was put out as a fog of toxicity by this president. So we go slow, we get it right. We do it once. So what does that mean? It means it is time for a key race alert. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 28,833 votes separate the two. Could Biden pad that with what we think is remaining? Yes. Will he? We'll see. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. 4,430 votes on our watch here in the early morning hours. Joe Biden actually gained 30 votes on that lead. The batches are very small, but they still matter. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 29,861. For Joe Biden, he's been in the opposite dynamic here. He has been losing a lead cushion to Donald Trump, who is overperforming in the all-important Maricopa County. Will the president catch him? It does not look that way, but we're not sure, so we keep watching. CNN has not called Arizona for that reason. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 22,657 votes are the margin. It seems actually a little safer for Joe Biden, certainly than Arizona. Why? The way the votes are trending. Okay, so that's what we have, all right? Everybody wants to know what's going to happen, so how do we analyze it? Well, we look. Where are the rest of the votes in Pennsylvania? When do we expect them? What could they mean? Kristen Holmes, one of the best at the voting desk. That almost rhymed.
Hello, Chris. Yes, so let's talk about what votes are still missing in Pennsylvania. It's all about when are they going to come in and what are they going to look like. So right now, currently, there are 89,000 outstanding ballots. 101,000 of these are provisional ballots. And we talked about this a little bit last night. These are ballots that people showed up. It wasn't clear if they were eligible to vote, so they have to go through a whole other process. It means people have to run them through the system and make sure that their vote can count. Now, I spoke to an official tonight who said that this process can take anywhere between 1 and 20 minutes a ballot. So that gives you a little bit of an idea of how long this process might take. Now, let's look at the two biggest counties. Philadelphia, of course. Approximately 38,000 ballots left to count. 15 to 20,000 of those are those provisional ballots. Now, the other 20 to 25,000 of them are mail-in ballots. We know how those have been skewing, but here's the catch with these mail-in ballots. They're not all just going through the system. Some of these are basically at the bottom of the barrel here on votes that are left. They have issues. They might have to go to committee for review. So again, another time-consuming process. Now, Allegheny County, that is the Pittsburgh area, 35,000 ballots left. That includes mail-in ballots and provisionals. There was a big issue there. A lawsuit was involved, missing ballots or misprinted ballots, and I think you're talking to Alex Field after that, so I'm going to let her walk you through that because she's on the ground in Pittsburgh. Now, Bucks County, this is a suburb of Philadelphia, Democratic stronghold right now. They still need to review 2,000 damaged ballots and 6,700 provisional ballots here. So all of this is going to take time. Remember what we have talked about over and over again. We are at the end of the road here where all of this is a process. When it comes to the damaged ballots that need review, election commissions, they have bipartisan groups of people who have to really go through ballot by ballot to see what the voter intent was, to see what the problem is. So again, time consuming, people urging patience on this. And then just to go to the last slide here, we have the last 3 other big counties that we've been watching. Luzerne County, which is a Republican county. Up here you see my little red county here outside of Scranton, 4,335 ballots. As we've talked about, even if they're coming in from a very red area, they're mail-in ballots. So there is a chance that many of these ballots could skew Democratic, as we've seen throughout the state. Montgomery is another suburb of Philadelphia, 10,000 plus ballots there, and Chester County, 2,300 ballots. So again, some of this is going to take a lot of time, but we are still waiting for some of those big waves of numbers, particularly from the big counties. Chris?
And the reason that matters is obviously not just for the basic, which is the outcome, but the amount. Can Joe Biden not just win in Pennsylvania, thereby securing his win, but get outside the automatic recount zone? We'll see. We'll see. Thank you very much for that. Very helpful. CNN's Alexandra Field is in Pittsburgh. Take us a little deeper in there, Alex. What do we know about the state of play in the count?
Look, it requires more patience, Chris. Kristen was walking you through all the reasons that this could be a slow process here in Pittsburgh, particularly. We know that this last batch of ballots that they're dealing with will take more time. They've got to review them by hand. These are ballots that were incorrectly sent out, had to be replaced. They want to make sure they don't have any duplicates. All of this is happening under an intense spotlight, of course, because we know the whole election could come down to what happens in Pennsylvania with a relatively small number of votes. But put the spotlight aside. The fact is that in every precinct, in every state across the country, you've got to do what it takes when you're electing an American president to protect the integrity of the process. That means, like what I saw here in Pittsburgh today, that you've got to go through these ballots in the open. You've got poll watchers there from both campaigns. You've got the media. We were able to shoot video of this process. It's got to be carefully done. It's got to be carefully watched. What is different, Chris, this year is that you don't only have to protect the integrity of the process, you also have to defend the integrity of the process. That's why they've got to be so methodical, and they've also got to be so vociferous, vocal about the efforts that they are undertaking to get this big job done as long as it takes. That is, of course, because you have a president in the White House who has spent months making baseless claims, attempted at discrediting the possible outcome of this election even before we have the election. This is a president who has called for the counting of votes to stop across the country while that process is still underway. Right here in Pennsylvania, you've got a Democratic governor and a Secretary of State who have consistently talked about the process here. They've defended it. They have said that there have not been any widespread irregularities or problems, just that this is a slow-going process, as is required in order to do everything that needs to be done. Even so, you've got Republican state leaders who are calling on the governor to implement an immediate audit of the ongoing count. They say it's now necessary to bolster confidence in this process, confidence that probably has only been eroded, if it has been, because of the baseless claims we've been hearing, Chris.
Alexandra, thank you very much. Appreciate that report. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. You know, on one level, why should it be surprising that even here in the last moments of an election, we have this president continuing the battle of him being offensive to what we believe to be true? So that was really good what Kristen took us through in Pennsylvania in terms of where we're waiting for those votes. Is there a chance that Joe Biden not just wins Pennsylvania, but gets outside that 0.5% margin?
Yes.
To trick? Really?
Yes, and it actually seems likely. And I'm going to kind of follow up on what Kristen was saying and walk you through why. First off, Philadelphia, right now we know they've got a little north of 20,000 outstanding votes that need to be counted and tabulated. They're all mail-in. What we've seen out of Philadelphia, the city, as these votes have come in, has been 85 to 88% for Joe Biden. You look at the margin right now on net for the city, 80% to 18.3%. It is going bigger Joe Biden in this city. It will be going bigger Joe Biden when that gets reported. Plus, you have provisionals in the city as well. We'll see how long that takes, but it's about 20,000 there as well. One other thing, I'm fascinated by this, and Harry might have some thoughts on this too. Right here, you see the top line turnout in Philadelphia, and we know they've got somewhere between 30 and 40,000 votes still outstanding. Take a look back to 2016 in Philadelphia. Hillary Clinton had 584,000 votes in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, unlike Milwaukee and Detroit, didn't have a mass drop-off in terms of turnout. It did okay. Milwaukee and Detroit back in 2016 just fell off the map in turnout, and that was in large part why Hillary Clinton lost both of those states. But turnout across the state of Pennsylvania has exploded this year. We've looked at the top lines. It's the same trend that we've seen over the rest of the country. The idea that turnout in the biggest Democratic stronghold in the biggest county in the state is at or maybe even slightly below what Hillary Clinton had in 2016.
This is up.
This is up. So I'm just saying I want to watch that. I don't know what it means. It just seems, it doesn't track. If you go into Wayne County, where Detroit is, turnout was up. If you go into Milwaukee County, turnout was up.
Okay, demographics. Could it be what the president suggests, which is I've done better among blacks and Latinos and Latinx people than any Republican ever?
Hold on. Look, there's no doubt that President Trump has done better if you look across the country, right? Sometimes it differs a little bit on state with non-white voters or voters of color. But if you look at the individual wards on the Philadelphia County Board or Board of Elections website, or the equivalent of that, you do seem to see that in the areas that are the most pro-democratic, that's where right now it seems like the fewest votes are in, which to me is an indication that there are, in fact, some votes to be counted in the most pro-democratic areas, which should boost Biden's numbers. And to the larger point that Phil is making, I would be really, really surprised if, in fact, we don't end up outside of the 0.5 percentage point margin in order to not have the recount that you were talking about, Chris.
So that's Philadelphia. And this is just a personal fascination of mine on the top line. I'm just really interested to see how it ends up because it doesn't track with where Milwaukee is. It doesn't track with where Wayne is. But also, Kristen making clear there's still outstanding vote in Montgomery County. Montgomery County has gone big for Joe Biden. It's gone bigger in the mail-in ballots. You can even move over to Bucks County, which we actually got a decent chunk of, a decent batch of today. Bucks County, a little bit more of a swing county in the southeastern Pennsylvania area. You see a little bit of a narrower margin here. However, the mail-in ballots here were coming in 60% plus for Joe Biden. So you ask, can he get outside the 5% or 0.5% right now? Let's look at where he sits. He's sitting right at it. The vote that's outstanding, the bulk of the vote that's outstanding is coming from Philadelphia. It's coming from Montgomery. It's coming from Bucks. All of those have come in big for him. If you wonder why Harry and I have been banging the drum the last couple of days that the margin's only going to grow, it's purely looking at what's outstanding and the rate at which it's coming in for Joe Biden.
Very important because, again, as we go to break, if the president is going to come for the legitimacy of the vote, Pennsylvania is going to be where he does it, not just because it's what beat him, but they're Democrats in charge here. So if one of the tools can be taken away from what may very well be an unfair attack by him, that 0.5 margin becomes important because you don't get an automatic recount. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll go through the state of play. Please stay with CNN.
The vast majority of almost 150 million Americans who voted, they want to get the vitriol out of our politics. We're certainly not going to agree on a lot of issues, but at least we can agree to be civil with one another. We have to put the anger and the demonization behind us. It's time for us to come together as a nation to heal. It's not going to be easy, but we have to try. My responsibility as president will be to represent the whole nation. And I want you to know that I'll work as hard for those who voted against me as those who voted for me. That's the job. That's the job.
Joe Biden tonight, is that a preview of what he might say in his first address to the country as president-elect if he is given that opportunity by you? Let's bring in MJ Lee in Wilmington, Delaware with the campaign. Good to see you again, my friend. Thank you for burning these late hours with us, but every moment matters. Everybody's waiting. What do you hear about what this campaign, what this man would see as his primary point of focus if he had to address the nation as president-elect?
Well, Chris, obviously Biden and his campaign, they had hoped that the race might be called on Friday. That obviously did not happen. And right now they're in a bit of a holding pattern until they can actually get past the 270 electoral votes threshold. But yeah, in terms of what a Biden victory speech might sound like, if and when it happens, we have basically been getting clues all week in the various times that we have heard from the former vice president, including last night when he spoke briefly here in Wilmington. We saw him really go out of his way to make an appeal to people who don't support him, don't support his candidacy, and people who clearly supported President Trump. Instead, we just heard in that soundbite that you played him promising that he would work just as hard for people who don't support him as he would for the people who do support him. And when I was talking to a Biden aide shortly after he gave that speech, they said, yeah, you can definitely expect that that tone of sort of national unity and the message about healing and bringing the country together, we definitely can expect the former vice president to continue talking about those themes, regardless of where we are in the vote counting process, regardless of whether the race has been called yet or not. And this shouldn't be surprising to anybody, right? I mean, this is sort of the major crux of his candidacy, and it has been from day one. As you know very well, Biden himself has publicly said many times that one of the major reasons and driving factors for why he got into this race in the first place was seeing what happened in Charlottesville in 2017, and just really feeling like watching those images made him feel like this is a moment of crisis for this country, and I want to play a role in, you know, sort of bringing the country back together. So that is just a big clue, I think, as to what we are probably likely to hear again if and when there is a victory speech from Biden. And just in terms of the holding pattern and what that might look like today, Saturday, here in Wilmington, we know that he has been spending time, of course, with family and with senior advisors, and just watching these vote tallies coming in slowly. We also know, as we reported in the last hour, aides are saying that he will continue the behind-the-scenes work related to COVID-19. That likely includes the meetings and briefings that he has had with public health officials and other information that he is getting about this pandemic, because as you know, as we are still waiting for these results to officially come in and the race to be called, the pandemic is still raging across the country. Chris.
MJ Lee, thank you very much. Let's take it to the better minds. I have CNN's Nia Malika Henderson, Harry Enten, and Alex Burns. What's the right message? It's got to be a function of what the mandate is.
Right.
So what does this win mean, if there is a win, for Joe Biden? What does it mean that he was asked to do?
You know, I think people were asking for a return to normalcy, turning away from the chaos, getting some calm in the White House. And you saw that tonight, him just being a normal president, being a normal public figure. You know, I think some of his lines about unity and healing, I think that's probably going to be a tall order. But hearing someone who might be the president talk in that way, I think, again, this is what Americans wanted, and it's such a departure from the divisiveness of this president. I think the line where he says, we may be opponents, but we are not enemies, we are Americans. I mean, for Donald Trump, everyone,
Us and them.
yeah,
Us and
it's
them.
us and them, this sort of divisiveness. So I think that's the main thing. In terms of a mandate, in policy, very hard to see what he's going to be able to get done, given the fact that he's likely not to have a Senate. We don't know yet if Mitch McConnell's still going to be in charge there, but it's likely.
Right.
So all of the sort of big plans he has, I think they'll likely be stymied by a Republican Senate.
I think what you say makes a lot of sense, but let's play with it a little for the sake of argument. Or is the mandate, no, we had this many people come out, maybe 76 million, maybe 77 million for Biden, because we hate this guy, and we hate what he's about, and we hate the way he is, and we don't like the people who follow him, and it's got to be stomped down. And that's what you have to be, Joe. You got to be fighting Joe and tell these people that they were wrong. We don't want to hear get along. We don't want to get along with bigots. Because there is a big part of that on the left, right? I mean, there was a lot of animus towards who follows Trump and what Trump's message is.
That would not be who Joe Biden is. This is his current strategy.
They picked the wrong guy if they wanted a vengeance guy.
That's exactly right. This is a continuation of who Joe Biden was on the campaign trail. I'm going to bring folks together. I'm going to act presidential. I'm going to be the opposite of the current occupant of the White House. So anybody who's expecting that Joe Biden is all of a sudden going to turn up the rhetoric, turn up the heat, become more like the current president of the United States, I think is sorely mistaken.
You know what, Alex? What about this take, just for a third, slice at it? What if the message is very little of this, and literally he's rolling up his sleeves? I know what to do here because when I came in with my friend Barack, the economy was in the deepest hole that we had seen, in decades. We got a big problem. I know how to deal with it. Let's get after this together and just go right into it at the pandemic.
I think that's exactly what the mandate is, that you don't elect a president in the middle of a national crisis like this one to do any job except deal with the national crisis. Now, you may like other things that he campaigned on. You may want to see him pursue a broader agenda, and there is considerable evidence that there are voters who do want to see him do big things on an issue like climate, do deeper structural reforms to the economy. But if you are elected to be the president in the middle of a war, your mandate is to win the war or end the war. And while we are not in a literal war with the coronavirus, I think people feel that their lives are under siege, and that the gauge of his presidency, whether it is successful or not, is whether a year from now or 2 years from now, we say they approved a vaccine, distributed it safely, brought back the economy, and life has returned to normal in the sense that Nia means it, and also just normal in the sense that you can have Thanksgiving again, right? You can go to your parents for their birthdays, or see your grandparents or your grandchildren. I think Joe Biden, the experience that you allude to in the first term of the Obama-Biden administration of coming into office in the middle of a global economic crisis, certainly informs his thinking about this, that there are plenty of Democrats who are very, very proud of the broad agenda that the Obama administration pursued, the Affordable Care Act most of all. But there are also a lot of Democrats who acknowledge that they moved on from talking about the economy far too soon, and that they were elected in the middle of a global financial crisis, in the middle of a deep recession, and that they probably should have kept their eyes on that ball longer than they did.
There is a big moment in history coming, and we've lived through them before. So let's get a little context for where we are right now, and it'll kind of give us a focus on where we need to be. So we'll get after that right after this.
When all the votes are counted, it looks more and more like Joe Biden will be the president-elect. It's not over yet, though. The President Trump ignoring the people's choice. He's talking about voter fraud and on and on and on. So let's get some context, right, on what this means in our history, this moment in history, from CNN's presidential historian, that's Mr. Timothy Naftali. We can always learn from history. The history books obviously always has something to teach us. Tim, good evening. It's so good to see you.
Great seeing you, Don.
So we're watching the votes come in now, right? The president, he is lying. He's resorting to, poll watchers and fraud and all this stuff. How dangerous is this misinformation at this very critical time, at a critical time like this?
Well, until this very moment, we had a tradition in this country that no presidential candidate declared victory until his opponent had conceded. That is a time-honored tradition. Normally what would happen is newspapers in that era, or now television networks, would declare a victor. Then the losing candidate would, in the old days, send a telegram or go on television and concede. And then the president-elect would then appear before the American people and proclaim victory. That's the way it's always been. We're looking at a situation where that's unlikely to be the scenario. The president has already made clear that he thinks this entire election has somehow been has been the victim of a conspiracy, of some kind of huge fraud. He has not, in the course of his 4 years, shown a willingness to admit error. He usually doubles down. And so we face the unfortunate likelihood that President Trump will force President-elect Biden to declare victory before a concession. And that's an unfortunate example of norm busting. It's not something we want to see. And why does it matter? It matters because 70 million plus Americans voted for President Trump. In our history, the losing candidate turns to the American people and says, the people have spoken. I want you. It was a tough election. We tried hard.
We're sad, but now we've got to hope for the best for our country.
It's not too late.
And we have to
It's
hope.
not too late. You
that
think he'll do it?
No, no. I don't think he's going to do it because it would mean accepting that some president other than Donald J. Trump could be good at the job. And my fear is that President Trump will not help President-elect Biden combat the coronavirus.
Yeah.
We need both the president and the president-elect in the next few months to work together to attack this public health crisis and to not send mixed messages. And I worry that as part of his warfare against this outcome, President Trump will not be the good loser that his predecessors have, without exception, been.
Tim, you worry. I just don't think it's going to happen. It's going to be up to maybe some folks who are in the administration or on the transition team to maybe do it for this president. I don't think you'll see this president do it. I just don't think it's in him because he has been lying to us for years. Has that damaged the country's ability to really trust the truth, to trust facts, to trust science, that the system is actually working?
Well, Don, I agree with you. I fear for the scenario I just laid out. I believe that the former vice president has an opportunity to speak to a much broader group of Americans. I know he'll speak to all Americans, but I think he has an opportunity to speak to a much broader group that includes people who voted for Trump, at least in 2016. I'll leave it to Harry once all the votes are in, but I have a feeling people were ticket splitters, that there were people who voted for Biden for president, but a Republican in their local congressional district. And that means that you have people who are Republicans, even Trumpists to some extent, who are willing to work with Biden. And if President-elect Biden finds the right language, I think he can work with those people and show them through success that science can be helpful. But you don't lecture them. You don't treat them like students.
But who are you talking about when you say that? Are you talking about his supporters? Or are you talking about people in government?
I'm talking about. No, I'm talking. Well, two things. I'm talking. The audience are those people in the blue wall states who voted for Trump in 2016 and probably voted for Biden in 2020. Those people are persuadable. The ones who are carrying this message are going to be members of the Biden team. I just worry that if we come at it this way and say, you all don't understand climate change, you don't accept science, and give people the sense that we who worry about climate change think they're stupid, we're going to find ourselves in trench warfare again, cultural trench warfare. And I think that Vice President Biden has the opportunity to end some of that trench warfare on these larger issues. I'm not talking about small policy issues. I'm talking about life and death issues.
I got you.
Like public health.
I got you. It's just
I think Biden has a chance.
It's tough, but I think people have to be open to that. And how can you, when someone doesn't believe the truth, it's really, or what you're saying has any credence, it's really, that's going to be a tough sell to try to tell people who don't believe in science, who haven't believed in facts for quite some time, that 1 + 1 = 2 and that they need to wear masks. I think it's an uphill climb for the former vice president if he indeed becomes the president. But let's see. I'm hopeful. I hope that he can do it. I hope that any president can do it. Tim, it's good to see you. You be safe, my friend, and I'll talk to you soon. We have to remember, even while we're talking about these issues, we're talking about policy and what happens if there is a Joe Biden presidency. The numbers are still coming in, and we still have to figure out where we are in this election and where the numbers are. And if Joe Biden is indeed to become president, where is he going to pick up the numbers to put him to 270? We're tracking all the information for you, especially out of Pennsylvania and out of Georgia. Don't go anywhere. This is CNN.
All right, we're discussing how we got where we are, and it's going to be important. It's going to be more important moving forward. One of the conversations we'll have is, so were the polls really off again? If so, why? That's not really the bailiwick for me and Phil, but one of the things we can look at here is Texas was supposed to be, oh, maybe. Donald Trump, if you take a look, he's up 656,000 plus votes there, 52 to 46. He's up. That's pretty good whooping. So why did it go that way in Texas, and yet we're now in this battle to the finish in Georgia?
Yeah, so it's going to take weeks, if not months, to get the full autopsy. But the beauty of this wonderful machine right here is we can start trying to put some stuff together. And one thing I want to do, so I'm going to put on full county mode here. So this is every county in the United States. And then pull this up. Where did President Trump overperform his 2016 margins by 5% or more? If you want to know why Donald Trump won Texas, when Harris County, the home of Houston, surged in its turnout and was leaning Democratic, same with Dallas County as well, all you need to do is look right here. Right there, that area right there, all of which was overperformed, or so many counties you see are overperformed. This was also for Democrats. They knew they would get the suburban turnout. They needed to ensure Latino voters came out down in the border. Look down in the border. Even in counties that President Trump lost down in the border, he was overperforming his 2016 margins substantially. And these are primarily Latino voters.
So why? What was the operative theory for the Democrats? The president had been demonizing, by extension, Latinos when he was talking about how people coming across the border illegally are illegals and they are rapists and murderers and they should go, all the ugly stuff. Why did that not resonate?
Well, that we're going to have to wait and see. It'll be interesting to see polling that comes out, exits come out as well. One, I think a good lesson. Go ahead.
Hold on.
President Trump had a real...
work on your let me get in here skills.
I don't like being rude. I like to let people finish talking, unlike you. Here's the deal. The deal is he had major reach out to Hispanic voters. He made a real play for them. Also, they're much more culturally conservative than I think they're giving credit for. And of course, there are differences across the Hispanic population.
They're not homogenous.
They're not homogenous. Yeah. We do see some differences, right? The Hispanic population in California, we see differences between that and the Hispanic population in Texas, Mexicans versus Cubans versus Puerto Ricans. We see a slew of things. But one thing I would point out, just to give you an understanding of the real shift in that vote, look at a county down in Texas. I believe I have it up here. I believe it was Starr County. And you can, if you pull it up on there, it's in the southern part of that state. What you would essentially see is that a 60-point margin that Hillary Clinton won by, I believe, back in 2016, switched, and Joe Biden won that county by just 5 points. That's a 55-point shift.
So
in
why?
One county.
Why do you think?
First, let me tell you what you're looking at right now. I shifted, put a different layer on this. This is demographic layers. Where you see a deeper shade is a higher percentage of Hispanic population. Okay. So that's what you're looking at. If you look, I drew the lines where you saw the overperformance in President Trump by 5%, right? And a huge grouping of counties all in this vicinity right here. You look at the population layers here, you see...
Wait, hold on one second. Did you say something in the control room? Oh, I thought he said we have breaking as in news. We have to go to break, but... I'm just trying to make sure that I'm using the right context of break when I use it. Finish your point, please, Phil, and then we'll go to commercial.
You compared it to Georgia. What was the difference between Georgia and Texas? Look at this. Pull this out. Go away. We got to go to break. Go away.
That worked.
It worked. See? Pull this out. Why did Joe Biden win Georgia, or why is he leading in Georgia right now? Right here, right here, right here. The deeper shade is the higher percentage of African-American population. Right. Joe Biden crushed with African-American population in the key areas in the state of Georgia. Joe Biden is on the verge of potentially winning Georgia, right? Joe Biden in Texas underperformed in a key demographic that he absolutely had to win, and that Democrats thought they could win in the southern part, the border part of the state, in the Latino population. That is the explanation of the difference between Georgia and Texas as we have it right now. We'll see what exits say, but data that we have right now based on demographics makes very clear he fell short with one and he crushed with the other, and that's a decent explanation as why Georgia is not Texas.
It's a great explanation, and thank you. And Harry, thank you for the context. Let's go to break. I think there is a deeper conversation about what Latinos worked and didn't and why and what it means for us. So we'll look at that right after this. All right, we have movement on our watch. In the last few minutes, Joe Biden's lead in Georgia grew again by 64%. That means key race alert. All right, what does 64% mean when the margin is this small? It means you go from 4,000 plus to 7,248 votes in the all-important state of Georgia. Why? Well, if Biden secures Georgia, there is no route for the President Donald Trump to win this election through the Electoral College. Still, a little bit of vote could come in, but this is very important for the reason that we just stated, and one more. So let's go to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. The other reason you gave us earlier this morning, which is it would be good for him to be recount safe. He's not going to get out of that 0.5% zone, but the higher this gets, the more likely what?
The more likely that it holds. If he comes into a recount with a 7,000 vote lead, again, it would take a catastrophic failure in counting for that to somehow be flipped. That doesn't mean it won't happen, but I'm just saying that right now, him being at 4,000 is a comfortable place to be in a recount. Joe Biden, if he ends up at 7,000, is a much more comfortable place. So let's kind of tabulate where things were. We know from what just came in, coming in from Fulton County, home of Atlanta, largest county in the state, that Joe Biden pulled in 3,915 votes. Donald Trump pulled in 1,097. To work on the handwriting a little bit.
Just the nines.
Just the nines. Yeah, we don't really.
Everything else is fine. Yeah, that helps.
Really work. Yeah.
Please carry on.
Percentage-wise, Joe Biden getting 76.1%. Man, this is going very, very poorly. Let me go ahead and do this. All right. Here's what really matters.
Well done. Well done.
What Joe Biden netted out of Fulton County, if I did the math right, 2,818 votes, which brought him from where he was sitting to 7,248. Now, we knew in terms of the universe of outstanding votes that we were looking at military ballots that were coming in, that we were looking at provisional ballots, which were coming in as well. Fulton reported a decent grouping of those. Fulton, as we talked about, largest county in the state of Georgia, about 10% of the population. And I think this goes almost directly to the point that we were just making. What's the difference between Texas and Georgia? Why is Joe Biden potentially on the verge of winning Georgia, turning Georgia blue, when he fell so far short in Texas when Democrats thought there was a real chance there? And the bottom line here, in both states, the suburban vote, the education, the college-educated and above vote for white voters came out like Democrats wanted it to. The difference is here. Black voters in the state of Georgia came out in a huge way. You can thank Stacey Abrams for that, from her governor run back in 2018 that fell just short. But in counties like Fulton County, across the state, the margins are coming in so big for Vice President Biden. And this is another one where we're looking at the margin here. Obviously, this is a huge margin. Joe Biden outperformed. Joe Biden outperformed in the batch of votes that we just got in.
I want to go to Don Lemon, but Harry, do we have any insight into whether or not military ballots played a role here?
I'm not sure of that, but I did want to note that Phil is not the one who has the worst handwriting on this set, okay? Mine is far worse than that. And the other thing I'll note is just in terms of recount territory, which we've been talking about, right? Right now, the lead for Joe Biden in Georgia is 7,248 votes. And just to give you some context, Florida 2000, which of course is the most famous sort of recount of all time, heading into the initial automatic recount in that particular race, the margin was just 1,784 votes. So this is a very large margin, especially given that there are far fewer votes that have been cast in Georgia in this election than there was in Florida back in 2000.
D. Lemon, what do you think of this latest news?
Well, I was supposed to had a whole panel ready, but you said
you're more than enough.
I'm going to get to Don Lemon, but I'll go to Harry first.
I just wanted his context. I'm sorry,
Don. You guys are doing a great job, and all I'll say is, Harry.
Yes, sir.
Harry.
Yes,
Tim Russert would be very proud of you, except for your handwriting.
May he rest in peace.
Yeah, may he rest in peace.
Also a Buffalo Bills fan, just like Harry.
We got to get to the break in. Chris, we got a lot to talk about. We're watching. You saw what just happened in Georgia. Could that happen in Pennsylvania? Could it happen in Arizona? We don't know. That's why we are here for you. We'll have some key race, key race alert. How can I forget that? Coming up on the other side of the break.
Welcome back to CNN's live coverage. Election night in America continued. Chris Cuomo, Don Lemon on the case with a good team here at 3 a.m. Eastern on this Saturday. And we've had news on our watch, Don.
That's right. That's right. We have breaking news. Well, you said election night. This is really election week. And during election week, in these hours right now, we're getting new numbers by the minute, right? We just got some numbers in Georgia. that increases Joe Biden's lead. We'll see what the rest of it, what it all means for Joe Biden and for the president. The votes overall, we're going to talk about. And guess what? This is all happening in the middle of a pandemic. We've got a lot of folks who are at the White House. We shouldn't say a lot, but a number of people at the White House who have now tested positive for the coronavirus. But the numbers are coming in, Chris, and I'm going to steal your thunder because right now you have a key race alert.
True. All right, here it is. Georgia, we've had a very significant occurrence. 64% increase in Biden's lead, 7,248. Now, I know the temptation, 64%. It's only 7,000. Remember the context. First, it was 4,000 plus votes. Now it's 7,000. Remember, what's the game here for Biden? Win, but what? Win in a way that is recount safe because they are well within the recount margin. So a 7,248 vote lead over Donald Trump for Joe Biden. Go find a recount that wasn't a product of something that was huge that we would be well aware of by now, especially in a Republican-run state. You don't find them. So this margin could be very significant. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. 28,833 votes separate the two men. There's still vote coming in, and we will be watching because the moment that Pennsylvania is called for Joe Biden, if it is the moment that we have a new president-elect. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 29,861 votes separate them. Donald Trump has been gaining ground on Joe Biden. Are there enough votes for him to make up enough ground? We don't know. We'll check in. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Very important state of the race there. We're expecting some change in that 22,000 vote margin for Joe Biden. In fact, we're going to discuss that right now. Why? Because Pennsylvania is the one and done for Joe Biden. If he wins that state, it is dispositive. He gets to 270 electoral votes. However, it's not his only route. If he wins Nevada and Arizona, he also receives exactly 270 electoral votes. So we got reporters with the latest on the count there. Stephanie Elam is in Arizona, but we'll start with Dan Simon next door in Vegas, where it is just after midnight. Thank you for being with us, my friend. What is the state of play by you?
Well, hi, Chris. We are standing in front of a darkened election center here in Clark County. No more votes being counted tonight, but earlier this evening, we did see a number of people in line who were here just to make sure that their ballots are, in fact, being counted. Election officials had contacted these folks to see their IDs, to make sure that they are, in fact, legitimate voters, and the deadline to produce that ID was at 5 o'clock tonight. In the meantime, Joe Biden has extended his lead to 22,000 votes, doubling his previous lead, and from what we are told, about 124,500 ballots remain to be counted here in the state of Nevada. Now, there have been questions as to why things are taking so long in the state, and when you press election officials on this issue, they just tell you that they want to ensure accuracy. But of those ballots, 90% of them are here in Clark County, which of course includes Las Vegas and the surrounding suburbs. We did see a number of Trump supporters here tonight making a whole bunch of noise, leveling these baseless allegations of widespread voter fraud. These are allegations, of course, that are also mirrored by Trump and GOP officials who today lost an effort in federal court in Nevada to have the counting stop. Chris?
Well, that is a function of proof. We're all for allegations of misfeasance or malfeasance. We only know, though, what you show. Dan Simon, thank you very much for being on the job, brother. Appreciate it. Stephanie Elam, good to see you once more, my friend. Arizona, this a very, very important state. What do we know about the state of play?
Right, and it's different than what we've seen in some of the other states, Chris, when you talk about how we've seen Biden surging from behind and getting more of those votes coming his way. Well, it's different here. We're seeing that President Trump has been able to claw back some territory each time we've seen some of the most recent numbers come in, but it's still just not enough. So just to give you an idea where we stand statewide, they're saying that there are some 173,000 ballots that are left to be counted. Of those, 92,000 of them are here in Maricopa County, which is obviously the most populous county in the state. This is where Phoenix is, and that they plan on making their way through those ballots this weekend. And they're saying then after that, they will have the provisional ballots, which usually take more time to go through. That will be what will be left here. So they're hoping to get through that this weekend. We expect to get 2 downloads of what these tallies will be later in the day today as we look at it. Overall, though, I can tell you that here outside of the center where they are doing this tabulation, that we have seen protests happening here throughout the day. It started to just drizzle here in Phoenix, which sounds odd to me because I've never had it rain here before when I've been here, but that seemed to clear people out. But I can tell you that they've been back here. They've been protesting in what is called their free speech zone with their flags, making sure that they're saying that every vote counts. The county actually coming out and putting out signs with QR codes so that people can scan and actually watch to see that democracy in action and showing those ballot tabulators in there doing their jobs to count all of the votes to make sure that they have their numbers. But when you look at the numbers here, you have Biden with 50% of the votes in Maricopa County and Trump at 48%. So very, very close. If there were to be an issue or if they wanted to do a recount, it would be automatic if it was within 0.1% here in Arizona. But right now it's at about 1%. So that wouldn't be an automatic thing that they would have to do here, Chris.
Stephanie Elam, appreciate it as always, and thank you. I hope it doesn't rain too much too soon. All right, so what is the state of play? 270 electoral votes. That's the goal, right? To Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Amazing that in the middle of the night, not as much out west, but still late, they are working so hard, not just to report it like Dan and Stephanie, but to count these ballots, many of them volunteers, Americans working through the night for our democracy. And once again, we have a move. What impresses you?
What impresses me right now is Joe Biden's lead in the state of Georgia. Look, you can top line it. We know what we're looking at right now. We're looking at Pennsylvania. We're looking at Georgia. We're looking out west at Arizona and Nevada. We expect results this morning from all of these states at some point, and those results will likely give us a really, really good sense of where things stand right now. And I think the question right now is less of if Joe Biden's going to get to 270 electoral votes. He's got so many different pathways to do it, but can he actually extend on that 270 plus? And if he's going to do it, one of the biggest outstanding issues right now is where's Georgia going to end up? Because Georgia is in recount territory. So the issue for the Biden campaign is, can you carry a sizable lead, all things considered, into any kind of recount that makes it, as you noted, fairly safe? And that's what we just saw a vote come in. And I'm not going to put numbers down with my finger anymore because I put myself in timeout in terms of doing that for the sake of anybody who's watching right now. But what we just saw is the ballots come in from Fulton County, largest county in the state, obviously home to Atlanta. This has been a big county for Joe Biden throughout the course of this election, and we knew it would, but putting up the margins that he needs to do, adding about 2,800 votes to his total because he put up actually a better margin than he's been doing on net throughout the course of tabulation in this county. And why is he doing that? So let's give people a sense of what's still outstanding. And Harry, I want you to jump in on this one, because what the batch of votes that we just got, all right, everybody's trying to figure out, all right, how many votes are still outstanding? The batch of votes that we just got were what I believe is the remainder of the outstanding absentee ballots for Fulton County, which was a minimal amount, but also starting to dig in on the provisional ballots, of which we believe they had about 14,000. And I think, Harry, this is what I want to know. Now that we know that Joe Biden's lead is now 7,248, talk to me about the universe. If you include provisional, if you include military, there are a lot of theories about, well, what does this mean? This might lean Republican. This might mean Democrat. What's your sense of the outstanding vote?
So pick up on Fulton County. What's the score there right now? Joe Biden's at 72.6% of the vote. Of the provisional ballots, the first batch that we just got from Fulton County, Joe Biden pulled in 73.5% of those votes. So the provisional ballots, if anything, were a slight tick more Democratic than the vote total overall. So these provisionals, as they sort of come in, I don't think that they're going to be Republican-leaning at all. They'll probably be more representative of the county as a whole, and therefore as the state as a whole. And right now, if you're Joe Biden, that's good news for you, because if they're representative of the state as a whole or the counties as a whole, that he's in the lead, right? And more of them tend to be in the bluer areas, both in the state of Georgia as well as in the state of Pennsylvania. So if the provisional ballots are starting to match what looks like the vote count in those blue areas, and there are more provisionals in the blue areas, Joe Biden's lead, if anything, may in fact expand a little bit.
About 14,000 provisional ballots, we believe, are to be counted. I want to also talk about Arizona and Nevada and what we learned, if you don't mind. But before we move on from Georgia all the way, because it's 3:10 in the morning in the East. You guys know so much about Georgia. Let me ask you this. Name the song that the line, "Granny, does your dog bite? No child, no," refer to in reference to Georgia?
So we've been doing a lot of math on the board and kind of trying to game out percentages and everything. There's literally a 0% chance I ever had an opportunity to answer that question.
Lou, tell him. Of course it is.
I Googled it. I had it right here.
Lou got it.
But that's not fair. He knows so much more about music than I do.
Never gets enough, never gets any credit and coverage. The only reason you get to see us, the only reason we get anything right is because of our producers and our crew. Lou knows everything about music all the time. We keep him in dark because he's too handsome. All right, let's talk about Nevada and Arizona real fast. Yeah. And you can thank Lou later for bailing you out with the mask on. So what did we learn about what we have to come?
So Stephanie makes, I think, the key point here. We saw over the course of the last 24 hours, Joe Biden's margin continue to narrow. Why did it continue to narrow? Where the vote was coming in. You see the red here. The red, there are very conservative counties in the state of Arizona. However, not the vast majority, more than half of the 142,000 votes that are outstanding in this state right now come from here. It's Maricopa County. And I think the thing Harry and I have been watching like hawks as batches of votes have come in from Maricopa is not whether or not Joe Biden wins that batch or Donald Trump wins that batch, but if Donald Trump wins that batch by a certain percentage. If Donald Trump is winning any of the batches that come through, he needs to be doing it by about 55 or 56%. That's the margin that he needs to be putting up. And what happened yesterday, even as he was picking up votes from these red counties outstanding and narrowing the overall margin, is when Maricopa was coming in, he was beating Joe Biden by about 51% or 52%. Check me on that.
Yeah.
Right?
Generally in the low 50s. He basically, what Phil's getting at is, although he was beating former Vice President Joe Biden, he wasn't beating him by the margins that would be necessary given how many votes are outstanding in order to close the gap and ultimately go into the lead.
Also, an important story in Arizona as a function of the story of our country is in the change of who we look like and the diversity. But it's also about diversity within diversity. Here's how. So Maricopa County is the big county. Trump won it last time, all right? Why is Biden winning it this time? As Phil has explained many times excellently, it's because you have an increase in Latino population there that is playing Democratic. Here, diversity within diversity is what we're learning about the fastest growing minority group in America, which is Latinos. They are not a monolith. So in Texas, you have people along the border who would be suggestively, if people are going to be the newest immigrants coming from Mexico and Central America, where would they be? Along the border. And yet they voted more for Trump than for Biden. Why? Diversity of thought and experience. In Miami, Cubans, Venezuelans voted very heavily for Donald Trump. Why? When he calls them rapists and murderers. Because they don't identify that way. They think, well, you're talking about illegal immigrants. It's not us. Went a different way. Around Atlanta, you have the black vote. It's different. Not all minorities are the same. Part of the understanding of the diversification of who we are. So what do we expect in terms of when this is all done? Do we believe, given the trends, that Joe Biden can hold and can't be caught?
So the feeling on the ground right now, and I've talked to both Republicans and Democrats on the ground, is based on what we saw in the batches that came out yesterday, exactly what Harry was talking about, falling short of the margin that Donald Trump needed in each of those, that Joe Biden is in a more comfortable position today than he was yesterday. We'll see. There's more vote to come out from Maricopa, and obviously that's the crucial element here. But if you are in one campaign or the other, you're feeling more comfortable about the state of play in Arizona if you're in the Biden campaign than you are the Trump campaign. Am I right on?
I agree 100%. The other thing I just note in terms of why Arizona shifted to the left is the culturally upscale suburbs outside of Phoenix. Those voters have moved very much to the left during the Trump administration. There are a lot of them in Phoenix, in the suburbs of Phoenix, and it's a big part of the reason why Joe Biden is ahead by a point right now in Arizona, not behind by a point.
If you want to see the shift,
no,
just
I do, but I can't. I got to go to break.
2016.
All right.
2020. That's the shift.
Well, that was good.
Yeah, like that?
I rushed you.
Boy, that was fast, Phil.
We're going to go to break. When we come back, we'll take a look at what's happening in Georgia and what that means about what might happen in the rest of this country. Stay with CNN.
We're going to win this race. Just look at what has happened since yesterday. 24 hours. We were behind in Georgia. Now we're ahead, and we're going to win that state. 24 hours ago, we were behind in Pennsylvania, and we are going to win Pennsylvania. And now we're ahead, but we're winning in Arizona, we're winning in Nevada, In fact, our lead just doubled in Nevada. We're on track to over 300 electoral college votes. And look at the national numbers. We're going to win this race with a clear majority of the nation behind us. We've gotten over 74 million votes. Let me repeat that, 74 million votes. That's more than any presidential ticket has ever gotten in the history of the United States of America.
Well, I mean, listen, it's no doubt that he is exhausted. Imagine being how we feel and how Joe Biden, the stress that he's dealing with right now. And even the current president, Joe Biden, not giving quite a victory speech, but as close as you can come to giving a victory speech in his remarks. That was just over 4 hours ago. It feels like it was last week, or who knows exactly when it was. President Trump, though, has said before that he isn't a good loser, definitely not winning right now. So what's happening if he does lose this race? So let's talk. Nia Malika Henderson, John Avalon, Margaret Hoover. So good to see all of you. So we have one person saying we need to come together. It's time to get to work and do all this. And we have another person saying it's rigged. They're stealing the election. The longer this goes on, where we're sort of in this limbo, John, about who's winning, who's not winning, there are a lot of things that can take root, and I think disinformation is.
And I think that's the real danger of this moment we're in. It is absolutely appropriate for everyone to make sure they're getting the math right with the projections. There's too much at stake. That said, the trends are very clear and have been for a long time. You know, easily over a day, maybe getting into 2 right now. What is happening in the interregnum is the disinformation is seeding in people's heads because we've got these separate media ecosystems. And you've got a hyper-partisan media ecosystem that has been, is feeding people disinformation consistent with the precedents.
Capitalizing
messages.
on.
Right. You know, that the only way he could lose the election is if there's massive fraud. There's no evidence of massive fraud. There never has been. Ben Ginsburg will tell you that, and that's what we're seeing unfold on this. But it's very dangerous. And there's no moral equivalence between Biden saying the country needs to unite and Donald Trump saying this is a fraud and a sham if I don't win. But that message is being seeded in people's heads. It will harden, and it will make this election seem illegitimate to just under half the country.
I want to, Margaret, I'm looking for a friend's text because one friend said, look, Don, I know you guys don't want to call it, but I'm a mom and I have a calculator and I balance my checkbook and you keep saying the math is not there. But if I'm doing this math and everything that I'm looking at is just, you know, a blind person can see what's happening here. So I don't, you know, that's what someone said. My other friend says to me, hang on, I'm looking for it. And I'll tell you, just give me 2 seconds. My other friend said, this is his, he says, it getting somewhat scandalous that you're not calling the race. WT, you know what else was the thing. So what do you say to that?
Here's what I mean, look, you know, you're going to be ahead of the states. I mean, once the state's Secretary of State in Pennsylvania says they're all counted, here it is, then I think it's appropriate for a news organization to do it. I'm not making calls for a news organization, but makes sense to me. Shouldn't we wait until at least the state has said, yeah, we got this done.
We're talking about the sentiment of people at home. And you brought up a very good question that was on another network, is then, what are you telling your friends? And the answer is, I'm telling my friends it's over, but the networks won't call it officially. But go on.
That's right. If the networks aren't calling it, we still, I mean, we all know that this is trending a certain way. We're going to be saying President-elect Joe Biden within a certain period of time. But it isn't appropriate to call anything before the states themselves had said, you know, we haven't done counting. We did a really good job, I think, of saying this is going to take a long time to count.
Yep.
So why are we so surprised this is taking a long time to count?
Because people are impatient, right?
But I do think presidential elections have been called before with counting still to happen.
Well, do you think the polling plays into that, where the polling was so wrong that, you know, that we're like, oh, it's almost like people were afraid to say, even with the polling, that Joe Biden was going to win because they're like, I don't know, 2016.
I think certainly for Democrats. I mean, a lot of Democrats who've been texting me, my friends, even if I'm telling them, listen, President-elect Biden is likely going to happen, they're just like, are you sure? What about these court cases? But listen, I do think the big problem that we have right now is that we have a president who seeded the ground here with lies about it being rigged. He started that weeks ago, and his followers have picked up on these lies. He now can't back out of these lies, and he can't concede. That is what's missing from this.
Nia,
it's the lack of the concession. That's why we're here.
Nia, we see it when there are the folks, the diehard Trump supporters, they wait on the president's messaging to figure out what they should say and what they should believe. And we know that because we have one group saying, stop the vote, stop the count, stop the count. And we have another group saying, keep counting all the votes. I mean,
which is his mixed messaging, which
so
makes
they're gonna
no
believe
sense.
if he says this is rigged, if he says it's being stolen, they're going to believe that. And the longer it goes on, doesn't he have a point?
Oh, totally. But it's been taking root long before this time period. I mean, he's been saying this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and there's no one. You can talk about Mitch McConnell, whatever public, prominent Republican you would want to come out and denounce what he's saying. It's not going to work because they only listen to
John,
him.
quick, I got to go. So then, what do we do? What do we do? Because people don't know what to believe, though. They're going to believe the lie.
There's a difference between facts and fanaticism. But we also need to recognize this weekend is a very combustible point.
Yes,
and we need to take it very seriously.
You guys are going to be here with us for quite some time, so we'll continue our conversation throughout the hours here on CNN. In the meantime, we're talking about what? The vote count. Where are we looking? We're looking in Georgia. We're looking in Pennsylvania. We're looking in Arizona. We're looking at Nevada. Who knows where we're going to get the next round of votes coming in. It could happen at any time, and then we're going to have a key race alert. But the big thing is, when are we going to have that critical projection? We shall see. Stay tuned.
Joe Biden's lead keeps expanding on our watch. That means one thing, key race alert. All right, in Georgia, we have seen a significant move. Why? Joe Biden may now be out of recount concern range in Georgia. The big line about Georgia is that without it, Donald Trump does not have a path to win this election through the Electoral College. The lead now 7,248 votes. They're coming in smaller batches, but this last one gave a big percentage increase for Biden, over 60%. Let's go to Kristen Holmes right now at the voting desk for some perspective on what we're watching and what we can still expect to see. Hello.
Hello. Well, let's talk about recounts because you just mentioned it, and there are two states that are within that margin right now, and Georgia is still one of them. And on top of that, the Secretary of State in Georgia, a Republican, has already said that there's going to be a recount. But let's just go over the rules anyway of what that would look like. In Georgia, there is no automatic recount, so candidates can request a recount if the margin of victory is 0.5% or less. So if we look at the latest numbers, Biden is ahead by roughly 7,000 votes, still 0.1% margin, obviously within that margin for a recount. Again, the Secretary of State has already said that there's going to be a recount, but I want to point something out here. There is a history of recounts in this country not having flipped the winner in years. Okay, so in Georgia in particular, the last two recounts they had, one was for a judicial recount. It was a statewide judge in 2004. The margin was 400 votes, so clearly this year is a much larger margin. And it only changed 15 votes after the recount. The other one was in 2017. It was the Atlanta mayoral race. Keisha Lance Bottoms, who of course we know, her opponent asked for a recount. Absolutely nothing changed. The opponent got no more votes there. So again, recounts have a long history of not flipping the winner. Now, of course, that is possible. It has happened, but it is very unlikely. The other one I want to look at, though, is Pennsylvania, because that still falls within the margin. Now, if you listen to Democrats in the state, they say that by the end of the day, when all the votes are counted, there will not be room for a recount, that the margin will be so large. But we are still in it, so why not talk about it? The difference of 0.5% or less, that is when it triggers an automatic recount in Pennsylvania. The margin, of course, as we know, Biden is ahead by 28. So still underneath, falling within that recount range. So something to keep an eye on. But again, I think it should be noted that there are very rare times in history when this actually makes a difference. And Donald Trump has said that the campaign is going to ask for a recount in Wisconsin, too. That's a 20,000 vote margin. And even the former governor, Scott Walker, who is a big fan of Donald Trump's, said that was a very heavy lift to try to flip that. Chris?
Kristen, thank you very much. Very helpful. Appreciated. Let's take that insight to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall. Well, why does this issue matter? Well, in Georgia, Donald Trump doesn't have a massive fraud narrative that is helpful. All Republicans running the infrastructure of the election, the Secretary of State, the governor, if there had been gross fraud, you'd think they would know and be very anxious to blow the horn there. So this range of vote should be okay even with a recount, because you don't see recounts, as Kristen just pointed out, and you have as well, change the game. Pennsylvania is a more important recount play because it is vulnerable to political optics, not to any real allegations, but perception is often reality, or too often reality in politics. And in Pennsylvania, you have Democrats. Trump identified it early on for his Fugazi fraud theory, and they have those ballots that they extended 3 days to accept as long as marked by Election Day. That's been part of the court battle there involving the Attorney General. And if he can get out of automatic recount range there, then it would make it harder for the president to press the case falsely in Pennsylvania. Fair analysis?
Fair analysis. Yeah,
Good.
No question about it.
Make better points.
No, I agree with all of that. It pains me to say that. You know, I don't want to agree with everything.
I don't know why.
you say,
Something about my face.
What I want to actually, because we have the new vote here, what I think is so fascinating is just the state of Georgia generally. Because if you flash back 36 years ago, and by that I mean Tuesday night, where things actually stood, and we've seen this progression mostly in Pennsylvania and the Midwest. With Georgia, too, there was a point Tuesday night going into Wednesday, so Wednesday at midnight, where people were basically not paying attention to Georgia anymore. Everybody thought Donald Trump probably had Georgia locked up. It was doing exactly what Republicans said it would do. It was a pipe dream for Democrats. Donald Trump was up by 372,000 votes. And it's just fascinating to watch the progression as absentee ballots came in, as it just started to drop. By Wednesday, it's down to 103,000. Keep going Wednesday, 79,000, 31,000, 18,000, and just through and through and through, we saw it over the course. It was a very similar thing. While Arizona hasn't followed what we saw in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia absolutely has. And I think why that matters, why the progression matters, is one, it shows a very clear trend line, a trend line that has not been thrown off track for the better part of the last 36 hours, a trend line that has continued tonight, another 2,800 votes being added to Joe Biden's margin. And what does that mean going forward with the outstanding vote? Given how small the universe of that vote actually is, it looks like Joe Biden is very much on track. Yes, Harry.
Thank you, Phil. Look, I think what is so interesting about all of this is, you know, before the election, we were warning viewers, right, especially in the northern battleground states, it's going to take some time. Those mail votes are going to come in, you know, last. And don't be surprised if Biden moves the margin in his direction. Even in a state like Georgia, those of us who have been watching Georgia politics for a long time know places like Fulton County have oftentimes taken a long time to count their votes. And so nothing here strikes me as irregular. Everything here sort of follows the pattern that we expected before the election. And therefore, everything just seems to be, you know, look, elections are oftentimes a messy thing, but everything seems to be on the level. And that's just something I just want to say over and over and over again.
Can I make one quick recount point?
Please.
We talk about margins. Kristen went through a number of examples. If you want to put more perspective onto where Georgia sits right now, and there's still vote coming in, we'll see what happens over the course of the next couple of hours. But Joe Biden ahead by 7,248 votes. You know, let's go back to 2016, and let's go to Michigan. And Donald Trump, Joe Biden right now is closer to where Donald Trump was in Michigan, where nobody really questioned where this was. They went through the process. Hillary Clinton's campaign tried to pursue avenues here in Michigan, but nobody really questioned the validity or how the end game was in Michigan with Donald Trump. This was just put into his column as part of him breaking through the blue wall, and that was it. It was over. It was something that Democrats needed to find a way to come back from. Right now, Joe Biden at 7,000 votes is a lot closer to 10,000 than he is losing Georgia at this point.
And he'd be really close to the same electoral delivery as Trump also, which Trump called a landslide.
Yeah, the landslide, 306 to 232. And guess what? If you come up to 2020 and you give Joe Biden Pennsylvania, you give him Georgia, you give him Arizona, and you give him Nevada, guess what? Guess where 253 ends up at? 306 electoral votes.
There you go. Thank you very much. Let's go to break. When we come back, we'll take you through what we're seeing. Let's do it together. Stay with CNN. Welcome back to our continuing coverage. Joe Biden says voters have given him a, quote, mandate for action, but is stopping short of claiming victory. So let's discuss, how does Biden negotiate this period, not just now, if he is lucky enough to be gifted with your votes to become president-elect. He's got a couple of months here before an inauguration. What does he do, especially with a recalcitrant Trump? Let's bring in Laura Barone Lopez, Tolu Olorunipa, and Professor Ron Brownstein. It's good to have you all. So, Laura, what he said tonight, what is the right line for Joe Biden to walk in terms of messaging right now?
Well, I think that what he said tonight is the option that he thinks he has, which is not declaring victory, again, telling people to be patient, but also showing that or articulating that he thinks he has a mandate, which is to, work with Democrats and potentially, we don't know the makeup of the Senate yet, and we may not know for a few months, but he thinks that he has a mandate to get the country on a different track, one that focuses clearly more on science-based steps to address coronavirus, which was a big part of his campaign, and address the other policy issues that he spoke about. So now, how he handles dealing with Democrats in this moment, especially as there's a lot of introspection in the party, given the way the election turned out, because a lot of the Democrats that I speak to, on one hand, are clearly happy that they think he's about to win the presidency. They're also very frustrated by losses in the House, as well as not being able to fully get a mandate in the Senate.
Ron, is the message, this country is center, left, and right. Stay center. You go too far left, you're going to lose, even if it's just the perception. Same thing if you go too far on the right. Is that the message for the party?
I think the message is that the country is really, really divided, and they are separate realities of kind of what America wants and even the vision of what America is. I was looking at the numbers, Chris. If you look in the big metros, I mean, the margins that Biden ran up were astonishing. In the Atlanta metro, he won by 671,000 votes. Hillary won by 483. Denver metro, he won by 417. She won by 258. The big 5 counties, even in Texas, you were talking about before, the border disappointed enormously, but he won the big 5 counties by 913,000 votes, Hillary by 611. On the other side, and this was critical in the Senate, Democrats simply could not break into Trump country, hardly at all. I mean, a few blue-collar counties in Pennsylvania where Biden did better, Scranton and Erie, but by and large, Republicans remain dominant everywhere outside of my imaginary beltway around all of the metros. And so you're left with this situation where Democrats, are consolidating control of kind of the big population centers in the country, and I think feel comfortable about moving aggressively on some issues, although those voters, as you know, tend to be kind of more centrist on economic ones. On the other hand, they are almost completely shut out of the non-metro parts, and Republicans, by becoming more dependent on those voters, I think become even more recalcitrant because they are kind of more reliant on Trump country for their victories, whether you're Lindsey Graham or Joni Ernst and so forth, and that makes them, I think, more susceptible to pressure from not only Trump but from that conservative media ecosystem.
Toulouse, isn't the easiest move for Biden to not worry about talking the talk and just walk the walk? We're in a pandemic. Talk about the pandemic, say what you want to do in the pandemic, and then if you are gifted with mandate of being president-elect, just go around Trump and deal with the heads of the agencies on the task force.
Yeah, this pandemic does really present Joe Biden with an opportunity and with a big challenge. It's the biggest challenge facing the country, and it's something that he can bring both sides together on. No one wants thousands of Americans to be dying every day because of a pandemic. It's not as much of a polarizing issue when it comes to policy as some of the other issues, though, President Trump has made mask wearing and social distancing highly political. That's not something that most Republicans want. They don't want hundreds of Americans dying in their districts in red states across the country because we haven't gotten this pandemic under control. So even though there are going to be a lot of fights over policy, there are going to be fights with Joe Biden having to figure out how to bring together his party, the base, the activist base within his party that wants him to press every advantage that he may have with the power that comes with the White House, the way Trump has done over the past 4 years. He's going to have to work on that. But in the meantime, in the weeks ahead, he's going to really have to focus on this pandemic, try to show the country that he's getting his arms around it. Because if we're getting 100,000 people getting infected every day, weeks and weeks into his administration, he's not going to be able to do anything else. That's going to be really the focus of the country, and it's his biggest challenge as he faces office. And he's going to have to figure out how to get this under control. Otherwise, it's going to be hard for him to put forward any kind of major policy agenda with the country still racked by this pandemic.
Laura, what's our best sense with Joe Biden? Is he going to be looking to make deals with his old friends in the Senate, or is he going to be some vanguard agent for change?
Well, we've heard a bit of both from him throughout the campaign, which is that one of his biggest talking points was, I'm someone who's always worked across the aisle. I'm someone who knows how to work in a bipartisan way. I'm the one that went to the Hill when Obama needed me to work with Republicans. But then there was a lot of talk for a while also of, could Biden be this FDR-esque president once he finally came into office? I think they're recalculating that a bit given the makeup of Congress that we may very well see, because as Tolu was saying, it could be very hard for Biden to get through some of the other big items that he wants, especially since he's coming in with a pandemic, with an economy trying to recover. And so there's a lot on the table that he has to get to first before he can maybe even address big issues like climate change or police reform or immigration reform.
Right. Well, thanks to the pandemic and that tax cut and the deficit spending of what used to be a conservative fiscal base for the right, Donald Trump changed all that. He doesn't have the money to be FDR. All right, we got to jump. Ron, thank you very much. Laura, Tolu, appreciate you. All right, we saw a shift in the momentum of this race in the middle of the night once again. Why? Because we have the best of us Americans busting their butts to get us our votes and safeguard our democracy. Every moment counts, as does every vote, and we have the latest. Stay with CNN.
You know what? The turnout in this election, breathtaking, really. The 270 electoral votes, they come with the keys to the White House, but the popular vote can also tell us a whole lot about what people want in this country. It is 3:54 a.m. Eastern time it's time for a coast-to-coast key race alert. So look at that. There is the popular vote. Imagine, look at how many people have voted in this country. 144, almost 145 million people. 74 million for Joe Biden, 70 million for Donald Trump. This is the most that people have turned out in this country for any candidate, any two candidates in the history of America. That is our key race alert at this hour at 3:54 a.m. Eastern time. In the meantime, President Trump isn't giving up and Joe Biden isn't ready to claim victory, but the numbers will make the decision for both of them, and they continue to flow in early this Saturday morning. You forget what day it is? It is Saturday, by the way. A status report from the states that matter, the ones that matter most. They're next.
Welcome back, friends, to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election night, week in America continues.
Year.
Chris Cuomo, Don Lemon, however long it takes to get it straight. It is 4 a.m. Eastern on Saturday, and we've seen changes once again on our watch. Joe Biden is getting closer to the privilege of being president-elect of these United States, D. Lemon.
Yeah, what a title. What a title. I mean, we keep kind of joking around, but it's true. I mean, this week has felt long and short at the same time because it feels like just one long day. The former vice president who wants to be president-elect and then ultimately the president has picked up more votes in Georgia overnight, and his lead in Pennsylvania keeps getting padded, making it more and more unlikely that President Donald J. Trump can catch up. We know the president's unhappy because he keeps telling us on Twitter how mad he is, rage tweeting, and we hear that he is irked that his legal team is having a lack of impact on the count that remains ongoing. I'm not exactly sure how he thinks they're going to impact that, but what do I know, Chris?
By spreading fear. What he hasn't been, which is why we're not showing you any of the specific language, is compelling. He has offered no proof to substantiate his claim that we should doubt our own democracy.
True.
So where does the count stand? There's only one way to find out, and that's called a key race alert. Georgia, 16 electoral votes. We now see what Don was telling you. In Georgia, the gap between Biden and Trump is now 7,248 votes. We saw it jump 64% in the last batch. Small numbers, but remember, every vote matters in a tight race. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes. Biden and Trump separated by 28,833 votes. Now, the test in Pennsylvania, remember, one and done. Biden wins it, he's president-elect, okay? Can he get his margin of victory above the recount amount of 0.5%? Why? because if he does, then Donald Trump has one less tool to create drama about an election that hasn't warranted any yet in terms of questioning the count. So Biden's, let's do more. Arizona, 11 electoral votes. Arizona has Biden up by 29,861 votes. Biden is fighting to keep a lead here, okay? Not to catch Trump or exceed Trump. It's the opposite. Trump is catching him. Enough votes to meet or beat? We don't know. Probably not, but we're watching closely. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. If Biden is able to win Nevada and Arizona, he also gets to 270, so we're watching this closely. He is now 22,657 votes ahead. Look at the map, 253, 213. Why is it 253 at 253? Because we have not projected Arizona, and therefore it is there. Everybody does it the way they want to do it. Now, let's get a little bit of insight into the state of play in each race. Biden's lead in the ruby red state of Georgia. Why? I think it was since 1992 you haven't seen a Democrat take it. So ruby red indeed, but not this time. If he wins there, it'd be the first time in those 28 years that a Democrat has done so. MJ Lee is with the Biden campaign, but let's start this block with Nick Valencia in Atlanta. Nick, what's it looking like now?
Good morning, Chris. We know that the tabulations of mail-in votes have stopped here in Georgia, but they still have about 20,000 provisional, overseas, and military ballots to get through. Overnight, Fulton County here in metro Atlanta was able to process 5,000 provisional ballots, and that widened Joe Biden's lead here against President Trump to 7,248 votes in the unofficial tally. Now today, later today, in Gwinnett County, that's one of Atlanta's suburbs, one of the most diverse counties in all of the state, they're expecting to get through 1,500 provisional ballots. But remember, because they are provisional, that may not go into the overall tabulation. They have to get through those, hoping that they have to have all today, I should say, to get through those. All signs, guys, all signs point to a runoff in Georgia, not just in the presidential election, but not just one, but 2 Senate races here in Georgia. Buckle up. What that means here is that Georgia could be at the center of the political universe through early next year. January 5th is when the runoff is. Georgia still very much so in the spotlight here, Chris.
And one of the curious aspects of this election, Biden turns ruby red Georgia maybe, but the 2 Senate races there are going to a runoff. A very, very interesting dynamic. Thank you very much. Let's now check in with MJ Lee. Why? Because she's in a very, very interesting place. She is at Biden headquarters in front of the Chase Center, which is the place that Biden has reserved to celebrate if he wins the election. Will he get to do that? We'll see. What's the word out of the camp, MJ?
Well, Chris, with everything that's going on in Georgia right now, it is worth underscoring over and over again just what a huge political feat this would be for Joe Biden if he were to eventually win Georgia. As you pointed out a couple of times, a Democratic presidential candidate has not won Georgia since 1992. This was, of course, Bill Clinton. And how did we get there? How did the Biden campaign get there? Well, they actually decided to really go all in on the state in the final weeks of the campaign. I just want to remind everyone, Joe Biden himself went there and campaigned in Georgia 1 week before Election Day. His running mate Kamala Harris was dispatched to go there the Sunday before Election Day. And then Joe Biden's probably highest profile surrogate, former President Barack Obama, spent the Monday before Election Day campaigning in Atlanta. So clearly this was a purposeful decision by the campaign, which saw that they actually had a real chance at taking this state. And what would that mean ultimately for Biden, again, if he were to win Georgia? It would mean that he is expanding the map. This is something that we have heard over and over again from the campaign, that they saw multiple paths to getting to 270. And in the best case scenario, they wanted sort of the extra bonus padding from states like Texas or Georgia, for example. Texas, of course, has already been called for Trump. So if he is victorious in Georgia, it would be a huge political accomplishment, and it would mean for him that he basically gets a cherry on top of the blue wall states that he is hoping to build as well. He already has Michigan and Wisconsin. Obviously, we know that the final prize for him there is Pennsylvania. Chris?
All right, MJ, thank you very much. At the Magic Wall with the one and only Phil Mattingly. So what does Georgia mean for us at this point in terms of seeing the election come to a conclusion?
Well, there's no pathway for President Trump if Georgia goes to Joe Biden. Now, as MJ laid out, it looks like Georgia will likely be headed into a recount. But what we've seen over the course of the last several hours is Joe Biden adding a couple thousand more votes to his tally, which, if it goes to a recount, would give him a little bit of a cushion there. But MJ made a key point, and I kind of want to focus on this a little bit, particularly in the state of Georgia, because Democrats have been eyeing Georgia. They thought they had a shot in the 2018 governor's race, came razor-thin close. But the difference in Georgia, particularly in the Democratic counties from 2016 to now, and the reason why I say this is because there's always a lot of talk of, well, can somebody flip a county? Can you flip? What President Trump did back in 2016 was astounding in terms of how many counties that President Barack Obama won in 2012 that President Trump turned around. That's not the model for Joe Biden this time around, and it hasn't been in Atlanta or in the strongholds of Georgia. So take a look right here. This is the fulcrum of any Democratic efforts in the state. It's Atlanta, it's the metro areas, it's where the turnout happens. And what Joe Biden did here, you can just go area by area. We'll start in Fulton County, biggest county in the state, 10% of the population. You look at the margin, flash back to 2016, 3 points higher. 58 to 40. You look at the margins here as you go through Atlanta and the metro areas. Look at DeKalb, should be right around, 3 points higher. So you sit there and you say, okay, 2 points here, 3 points here, is that enough? The answer is yes. If you boost your margins in your strongholds, right, 61.8, 69, I mean, these are huge jumps in these areas, in the metro areas of Atlanta. And you look at the bigger picture here, Georgia 2020 versus what happened back in 2016, that's the difference. President Trump turned out in Georgia. When President Trump ended up in Georgia the day before Election Day, Rome, Georgia, ruby red part of the state, because they knew they needed to turn out, they were looking at the numbers, regardless of what they were saying publicly, and knew they had an issue here. His people turned out. His people, look at his 2 million votes back in 2016 and 2020. He's already at 2.4 million. And yet, Joe Biden has a very real pathway to win right now, depending on how the recount ends up, not because he flipped a bunch of counties throughout the state, but because they turned out their people in their strongholds at a level that has never been seen before, which was always the question. It's always the question for Democrats, particularly with African-American turnout. Can you turn out? Can you get your people to vote at a level that they've never done before? That was the pathway in Georgia. And guess what? If you look at these margins, particularly right here, they met and exceeded what they needed to do to win.
There we go. I was able to jump in there. I'm learning as we go on through the evening.
Beautiful,
We'll get you there. By the next 15 overnights, we'll figure it out.
That's
Make
exactly
your
right.
witness, Harry.
By 2022. What I'm so interested about Georgia, we're hitting on it right now, but I almost want, I know we still have to determine who's won this election, but there are going to probably be 2 runoffs for Senate control in early January. There's the special Senate election as well as the regularly scheduled one. And I think one of the key questions that I have is whether or not these voters that you're talking about who turned out for this election, will they again turn out in early January? Because if they do, remember, Georgia has not elected a Democratic senator in 20 years. But if the Democrats are able to win both of those races, then they get a majority United States Senate. Well, it's 50-50, and you add in Vice President-elect Kamala Harris if she wins. But I think it's a very big question. I'm interested in your thoughts on that, Phil.
So let's take a look. Let's compare one of the Senate races, the regular Senate race, David Perdue versus John Ossoff, 49.8 to 47.9. Now let's look at where Vice President Biden is. Doing better if you actually look at the margin right here. And so that's the concern, right? And you saw this with the Ossoff campaign. You see this Raphael Warnock as well, who's the Democrat that's leading in the special, is they need to match Biden. They need to do better than Biden. And I think the reality here, the dynamics of what this race is going to be, it's a special election. There will be more money than you can even imagine dumped into these 2 races, because Harry hit the key point. Between this race and between the Senate special election, obviously there are a number of candidates, so don't pay too much attention to the margins right now. These will be the 2 candidates that are in the special election. These 2 races will determine who has the majority in the Senate if Joe Biden ends up winning the presidential. The amount of money that comes in here, but also what's the interest from voters? What's the interest from voters? Are the voters here, after they may have helped elect the President of the United States, going to care about a 50-50 Senate? That's my biggest open question right now.
I think that's right. Are these white voters with a college degree, these college-educated white voters in the Atlanta suburbs who shifted so significantly against Donald Trump, was it more of an anti-Trump movement, or was it more of a pro-Democratic candidates movement? If it is the former, then maybe you're not going to get that same turnout in the runoff. But perhaps if these are real Democratic voters, I think it's a real potential for a real race down there in these Senate races that we simply haven't seen in a long time in the Peach.
Now, the interesting element is in talking to, my day job is on Capitol Hill, I cover Congress, cover the United States Senate, and in talking to Republican Senate operatives or Senate Republican campaign operatives, they feel like they're going to be in very good shape here, right? They feel like they're going to have more money than anybody, and their voters will understand the stakes here, particularly if Joe Biden is president. I'm just very intrigued whether or not the Democrats, to your point, will also understand the stakes, because in covering the United States Senate, 50-50 with a Democratic president, you have the majority. Are you going to be able to pass Medicare for all or Green New Deal? No, you're not going to be able to do that. But the difference in 50-50 versus 51-49 when Mitch McConnell, or 52-48 when Mitch McConnell is the Senate Majority Leader, means a lot. It means a lot. And I'm just very intrigued
Could
to
mean
see
whether or not Joe Biden spends a lot of his time being investigated.
committee chairmanships. That's actually a crucial point. You know who would be the committee chairman of the Senate Investigations, Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations?
Who?
Or sorry, Senate Homeland Security Committee, which involves the investigations? Ron Johnson, top ally of President Trump, obviously was doing a lot of the Hunter Biden investigations as well. We'll see where Lindsey Graham ends up in chairmanships as well. You hit it. Chairmanships, if you control both chambers, all of a sudden, chairmanships in committees with subpoena power, if it's same party, you don't have to worry about that as much.
Now, the reason, just one layer off of the analysis that you guys are making, traditionally, a runoff doesn't get the same enthusiasm.
Correct.
As the preceding election.
Correct.
That is, I would suppose, a bigger problem for the Democrats because they're trying to break culture more in Georgia, so they have more work to do.
So use 2008 for an example, right? That was the last time that Barack Obama won the presidential race overall, came very close to winning in Georgia, didn't carry it, but there was a Senate runoff. And what you essentially saw, if my memory is correct, was a 3-point margin in favor of Saxby Chambliss in the first round. Became, I think it was something along the lines of a 14, 15, 16-point margin in the runoff. The Democratic vote dropped off, specifically among African Americans. Will you see the same thing here come early January with Senate control potentially in the balance, as well as the fact that you have an African-American candidate in Reverend Warnock running in that race? And the one other thing I'll note is while Georgia traditionally has had a drop-off with black voters, that doesn't necessarily hold in all states. In Louisiana, for example, you actually see them rising a percentage of the electorate. So it's not something that's locked in necessarily. I'm just very interested to see how it all unfolds.
Can I make one more point? If Joe Biden wins the presidency, which he looks like he's on track to do right now, these two runoffs, how much capital does he expend? You remember back in 2008, President-elect Obama went nowhere near that race.
Yep.
Went nowhere near that race.
Why?
And part of the reason why, I think there are a number of different elements to it, but part of the reason why is if you're a newly elected president, you don't want the first thing that you do before you're even inaugurated to lose a special election, right? And so for Joe Biden, the pressure is even on him more because this could be a state that he wins. So how much capital do you expend before you even take office? Given the stakes,
Well, what does he
potentially a
get
Senate
done?
majority.
What does he get done? Does McConnell do to him what he did to Obama, which is come out and say, I am going to live to oppose? I mean, if that's going to be the play, then he might as well.
But here's the risk. Here's the risk. You go all in.
And you lose.
And you lose both races.
You
And
look
you
weak.
are considered a weakened president
You look weak.
before you even walk into the office. So
But he
that,
does
it's
have
just a
co-
dynamic that I don't know how it plays out. I'm
But
just
there's
fascinated by it.
there's a push dynamic to figure in, Harry, which is the pandemic.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's also true. We're, campaigning in the age of a pandemic. Joe Biden, of course, is very hesitant to go on the campaign trail. But the one thing I'll note about Joe Biden is he always said, I am a Democrat running in the primary. He's all about building that party structure, that party infrastructure. And this may be the first test of him being
I
able
think
to
the
do so.
pandemic helps him. To Harry's point about him being a little reluctant, everything that Joe Biden does, or even if Trump wins, I know that's becoming less likely. Here's why I keep going back. One, we don't know. Two, I also don't care because we have to get to a better place with the pandemic, whoever it is. I think there's a better chance with Biden because with Trump you have built-in animus against the pandemic. Somehow Trump thinks it's like opposed to him. So he doesn't want to acknowledge it and keep saying it's a hoax. If Biden is all in on the pandemic, and I don't know why he wouldn't be, that this is what he's doing, it makes it easier to say, I need these guys. Because this Congress wouldn't get it done. They wouldn't pass another bill. I blame the Democrats. I blame the Republicans. But we got to do better. I need to have more control. I think there's a lot of leverage for him. You're right. If he loses, he looks weak, but he's got the pandemic for strength.
Right.
You know what I mean? He's got that. He's doing something on something. It's going to be an interesting play
Oh, it's
if
gonna be
if he finds that. That's a good problem for him to have because
yeah.
it means he's president-elect.
Yeah, he'll take that. He'll take that. But it's just you walk in the door and you're already dealing with a public health crisis, dealing with an economic crisis, and then you're going to have a real political riddle trying to figure out what you're going to do. I tend to side with you. I assume he goes all in and tries to figure out a way to do it, but it's an interesting dynamic, I think.
We'll see. We'll see. There are going to be a lot of interesting dynamics. How about if Joe Biden is gifted by you with the mandate of being your president? How about the next couple of months with Trump there? What can he get done in a pandemic that the sitting president wants to pretend doesn't exist? All right. There's a lot of breaking developments on our watch. Why? Because our fellow citizens are busting their humps to get this election finished. God bless them, and we'll tell you about the fruits of their efforts. Please stay tuned to CNN.
So we know the president's been watching a lot of election TV and likely state TV, where he is surprisingly getting a dose of truth from some, but more of what he wants to hear from others, pushing his baseless fraud conspiracy. So for more on the Fox effect, I want to talk to Nia Malika Henderson, John Avlon, and Margaret Hoover. Hello, once again.
Good morning.
Good morning. That's where I want to start. I want to start with good morning, right? Because I got off early or late, whatever you want to call it, and I watched State TV's morning television show, and I thought I was watching an SNL skit. I mean, it was really unbelievable.
Yeah.
My question is, have they become more moderated? Before I go to that, I just want to show, this is some of the pro-Trump propagandists. They're still in overdrive, right, over at Fox News. They're defending the president and pushing his baseless voter fraud conspiracies. But among some of their anchors, some of them, they're starting to sound a little resigned. Watch this.
It seems inevitable, whether it's Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, some combination of them. If he gets them all, he ends up with 306 electoral votes, which is exactly what Donald Trump had in 2016. It seems inevitable that in this initial vote count, that Joe Biden is going to win.
The Trump campaign has said that they wanted to have their poll watchers there, and that I guess they're being asked to provide evidence for something that they say they weren't able to even participate in or to be able to see. And so that's, I think, where they would say that needs to be rectified, if it could be.
That's not true. It's not true. It's just not true. The election poll watchers, they are called canvass watchers. Republicans have been in this room, in that room, where they're supposed to be, standing alongside with the Democrats. There is a specific segregated, penned-off area for the Democratic watchers and the Republican watchers. So the claim from the Trump campaign and the president about that is not true. It is false.
The Trump supporters in this country are having a difficult time processing what's been happening over the last 3 days. At this point, the president needs to win at least 3 recounts to even get to 270 or maybe tie it at 269. It's a really tough uphill battle.
To all you patriots who supported President Trump, stand tall and be proud of your efforts and his. It was all worth it. We all helped reshape the national conversation on China, on immigration, on trade, and political correctness, et cetera, et cetera. We don't have time to bury our heads in crying towels.
Crying towels.
Wow. Margaret, I'm going to come to you because you used to work there. Fun fact, I used to work, the guy who said that's not true, the reporter, that's Eric Shawn. I used to work, I was his PA at WNYW back in the early, back in the early 90s.
Look, I mean, what you saw there was the
But who was, you said the other guy, you said he has taken truth serum? What's
Jesse Walters, who, by the way, who used to produce my segment on O'Reilly at Fox
so there
News.
we go. It's a small world.
So there you go. Look, I mean, what you see there is actually the split at Fox News. You see reporters who are really respectable. Chris Wallace, of course, who conducted that first presidential debate that was such a disaster, quote unquote, debate, saying, you know, calling it like it is, saying, yeah, this is very clear that Joe Biden is on his way to 270 electoral votes. And the reporter saying there are Republican and Democratic poll watchers right here behind me. So don't even feed this disinformation. But what Dana Perino said, and what some of those other anchors, not the ones you saw, I was actually surprised how many of them are trying to gently take their viewers to the
nudge
truth.
them.
And Donald Trump to the truth.
I said it was
too.
like involuntary deprogramming that they're going through right now, and I think I don't mean that in a condescending way.
No.
And they're trying to say, okay, listen.
To the extent that they are continuing to foster this disinformation, I mean, what is the difference between that language and Russia today, right? There is no difference. They are doing the Russians' job for them by spreading this disinformation.
Well, I mean, listen, those folks have always spouted Donald Trump's talking points. And, you know, I guess at this point, maybe they are starting to cut ties. You see some evidence of that. Rupert Murdoch, some of the New York Post sort of language. So we'll see. But it also seemed like they were talking to Donald Trump to sort of ease him into a new direction and into a new reality. They know that Donald Trump, you know, watches them. Laura Ingraham has been to the White House, Sean Hannity. So that was really interesting to see those folks kind of say, hey, things it might be over.
Hang on. Chris, I know you and I talk about this all the time, so if you want to weigh in, I want to bring it. But I just want John to get in first. John, I mean, not everybody's doing it, because I think the two, Tucker and Hannity, have they come? They haven't come this far.
No,
they're not ready to.
No, I mean, you know, the other night, you know, I mean, I gather Hannity was basically saying there should be a redo of the election in Pennsylvania. Look, this is the problem of what, take a step back, is fundamentally a sick system that's been set up. Because hyperpartisan media has divided our country disproportionately. They're playing, think about this. I mean, we're asking, how much are they playing to the audience of one, which is what Nia Malika just raised, right? And the other thing is, Donald Trump has said repeatedly in this Fox feedback loop that the only way he could lose this election was if they're fraud. And so that's what we're seeing now. And his supporters have believed it.
Do they even know how to push back anymore, though?
What? No, look, I don't think the muscle memory of pushing up and telling the president the truth in that media ecosystem and inside his White House has been completely atrophied. And so we're seeing a dangerous moment in this country where disinformation is metastasizing in the body politic and people will not face facts. And they're trying to walk the difficult dance of saying, actually, facts do matter, some of them.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
that's
Chris,
a lonely
jump in
fight
here, brother.
inside
What do you think?
I don't like a lot of what I'm hearing. Now, first of all, full disclosure, I started my career at Fox News. I worked with Eric Shawn. He has always been the real deal. The idea of atrophying...
Well, we gave Eric Shawn his due. We said he's...
No, all right, give me a second, brother. Give me a second. I'm about to come heavy, but here it comes. The idea that their muscle atrophied. Make no excuses for people who made a definite choice to turn on journalism, turn on journalists, demonize other human beings with families, and do it to cotton favor with this president.
I agree with you.
They're all adults. They all knew what they were doing, and they did it with malice. And this is a time where people will be remembered, and the media should muscle up and remind everybody of what happened. And no forgiveness. It's not our business to forgive. So there's no reason to frost over anything that happened.
Yeah, but I don't think we're frosting over.
I think we're all agreeing.
Nobody's had a change of heart.
I think we agree.
They're all just playing to strength and now running from weakness.
Chris, there absolutely should be accountability, and it's our job to put that perspective and make sure that people are accountable for the disinformation they've spread. You know, whatever, you know, muscle memory, you know, atrophying language are being used, I think we're basically fundamentally saying the same thing. There has been an effort to suck up to people in power, which has stopped people from telling the truth. And there needs to be, especially at this moment, you know where there needs to be real accountability? Right now, you got a handful of Republicans who are actually telling the president that this is un-American to question the integrity of the election process. Margaret interviewed Larry Hogan on her show, done it. You know, Mitt Romney's made some noises, even Roy Blunt. And then you've got folks
not enough,
in
John.
Fox.
Not enough.
And too late.
Not nearly enough. It's always. Hold on. No. It's always wrapped in the every vote should be counted. That's not where you start. You start with the president is putting out BS.
Yeah.
He's lying to you. Everyone knows every vote should be counted.
No, and look, and there's a lot of disingenuous BS that tries to sound neutral. Not, you know, that's just sort of certain wings of the Trump family versus others that are just saying, you know, doing outright projection. But the people who right now are pouring flames on conspiracy theories to try to get this election to not be legitimized, to empower the president's worst impulses at a moment we've gotten numb to the fact that the president of the United States refusing to concede the results of an election is absolutely insane and un-American.
So who's pouring?
We can start naming names. I mean, Newt Gingrich has done it. Louis Gohmert has done it.
Great. But where are they being allowed to do it? Who is putting it out there?
Social media and Fox News.
Okay, that's the point.
Yeah.
Chris, is that not the point?
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point. And look, again.
And White House press releases.
But they're the same thing. You know what I mean? They're the same thing. You know, you hear Laura Ingraham, coin the phrase "shut up and dribble." We know what that was about.
Of course.
And they can say, oh, well, this show is not supposed to be, considered a credible news source. And, our nighttime lineup is opinion and comment. It's not news.
Nobody knows the difference.
Look, nobody knows the difference.
Right.
Don is exactly right. And this has been a unique time. The media takes a lot of hits. I would argue deservedly so.
Yeah.
But you have to start figuring out what your standards are.
Yeah.
And you have to reward who does it right, and you must go after those who do it wrong. We have this, weird sense of neutrality where we like to watch ourselves get attacked in this business, Like, while we can't really weigh in, let's just kind of play both sides of whatever the latest controversy is until you're in it, and then everybody feels like a victim. All I'm saying is this.
Have you not watched my show or your show? We do it. That doesn't apply to the two people who are on the screen right now.
Who are you talking about?
Well, we're on the screen.
Listen, with all due respect to you guys, there are different levels of being in the crucible during this period. And I'm just saying, I know what it's like firsthand to be unfairly savaged by guys and have most of the media sit back and watch and listen. And I'm just saying that this is a period that needs to be remembered for what people did
but Chris,
and what they didn't do.
I've got to say, this isn't really about, listen, you and I are having fun, but this isn't really about me and you, right? This is about what their viewers are, the disinformation
they
that they're
lie
spreading,
to their viewers
and the disservice.
They lie to their viewers. They tell their viewers that the people who are telling them the truth are liars, and they do it to benefit Donald Trump. And now they have to own it and be held to account. Not by us, by people, regular people, not media people.
Well, Margaret worked there. So did you. Margaret, go ahead.
Look, what I love to hear are the honest voices who are calling it like it is. Chris Wallace, who's the guy, your producer, who's the friend of yours who produced you, Eric?
Oh, Eric Shawn. I was a
Sean.
PA at Fox 5 when Eric Shawn was a reporter there.
I mean, that does speak volumes, but it just drives, look, it's deeply irresponsible for Dana Perino and some of those anchors to be saying, well, shouldn't we be looking into the fact that there aren't poll watchers from both sides in this place right behind you? And Eric Shawn just looks at her and says, but there are, right? That tension is playing out right there on the screen. You can see that. But the viewers, Donald Trump's voters, are more inclined to believe the conspiracy and to believe the fraud and to believe that it isn't fair.
Yeah, but doesn't it, Chris?
Yes, sir.
I know we like to say, well, there are some straight shooters over there, and sometimes I wonder how true is that, because I do watch the people who are so-called straight shooters, and I'm just being honest, and sometimes it's a wink and a nod, and you're like, wait a minute, are they really being straight shooters, or are they presenting it in a partisan way? Because I don't really know what the straight shooters are. I used to watch a lot of Fox News, and I can't not watch anymore. The straightest shooter I know there is Neil Cavuto, and everyone else takes a really far backseat to Neil Cavuto. I know they claim that they have all these people during the daytime, but the way that they present it and produce it is not necessarily down the middle. And I'm not sure how much credit we can give for. There's some people there who are these straight shooters.
Yeah,
I don't really know about that.
I hear you about it. I don't disagree with the assessment necessarily, but also I think the bigger point is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I think or what you think. This is for what people want to decide. I'm just saying that I think it's really important. You know the expression, nothing changes if nothing changes?
Yeah.
We just lived through a really uniquely ugly period. Lives were changed by this. The dynamic was changed.
We're still living through it.
I know, but that's my point, is that if you want to get out of it, you think Joe Biden coming in is magically going to change this dynamic?
No.
So I just think that people have to be
but you know what?
very thoughtful about what they see.
The
and
longer
what they
this
call
goes
ISIS.
on, though, I mean, what's happening right now, right? What's happening right now is that the Trump campaign and all of our foreign adversaries, everyone is using this time of uncertainty to agitate and mix it up and to increase uncertainty and, frankly, instability in this country.
And Donald Trump's helping.
And Donald Trump is
So this is what I have to say. The reason I think it's important is not just the person who's on the screen, who's everyone says is a straight shooter, Chris and everyone here. It's also the way it is produced and it is presented.
Mm-hmm.
And, I
and
think
what they
that's how
focus on over and over and over.
Over and over. Because it used to be, what was it that I used to, Acorn, which was the first Antifa, right? And now it's Antifa and
the Portland riots and all that stuff.
and
Weeks
yeah.
and weeks and weeks. Yeah.
So there you go. Let's hope that changes. Let's hope that their viewers start to get some straight information, and let's hope the president who's watching can get it as well. So we've got a lot to talk about. We got to talk about mail-in ballots. We got to talk about provisional ballots. We got to talk about where everybody is now. We got to focus on the key battleground states that are going to make the difference in this election. That's next.
Hold on. We're about
What a time in America, huh? We've been kind of waiting for this, not just the election, but all of us are on the same page right now. It's 4:39 in the morning in the East. And I know that we have super amounts of people watching that we normally never would because everybody's on the same page right now. Who's going to lead us? When will we know? Good. What can we do with this momentum once we pick this president? And what can we get done if everybody's together? Boy, is that a big question. Now, part of answering it is getting through the election. So let's get back to what we know about the state of play, which really now is all about mail-in ballots, I would say specifically in Pennsylvania. The Postal Service, okay? Everybody wants to talk about what was wrong with this process. Well, how about the fact that we had these weird things happen at the USPS just when we needed them at their most hyper-efficient? So the USPS has been getting grilled in court over its performance in getting ballots delivered or not delivered across the country. What is the news this morning? Kristen Holmes at the voting desk. What do we know?
Good morning, Chris. Yeah, so let's talk about first how we have this data before I actually go to the numbers. And it's from, as you said, court, data from federal court filings. And that is because in the last 5 days leading up to the election, the Postal Service every day reported slower and slower times at processing ballots, which isn't great when you're in the middle of a unprecedented election that has an unprecedented amount of mail-in ballots. So let's talk about what they found. They reported that in Pennsylvania, a critical swing state, there were 2,927 ballots that were processed by the Postal Service on Thursday. This is all part of these sweeps that were ordered by a judge. The big question is whether or not these votes are going to count. We do not know right now when they were postmarked. If they were postmarked on Election Day or before, they could count. They are supposed to count right now in Pennsylvania, but as we know, the Trump campaign is likely to bring this before the Supreme Court. Justice Alito, conservative justices, left the door open to challenge these ballots, raising a lot of questions. Why these 3,000 ballots weren't delivered on time. Of course, we have been talking about, as you said, for months, the issues with the Postal Service, these changes implemented by Trump donor and Postmaster General Louis DeJoy that slowed down the service, that then the Postal Service told us time and time again was going to be fixed by the election. Then in the last 5 days, critical timing, a lot of slowdown. So now we're getting these filings. So let's talk about where in Pennsylvania these mail-in ballots came from. Philadelphia Metro District, 763 ballots from there. Western Pennsylvania, 828, and then 1,300 from Central Pennsylvania. Of course, as we have been talking about for the last 4 days, most of the mail-in ballots that we have seen in Pennsylvania tend to skew Democratic. Now, at this point, Biden is leading with a large margin. If that margin was to get smaller, that's when these kind of ballots are going to come into play. Now, I do want to give you the big number out of Nevada, too, because there were excuse me, did I say Nevada? I think Nevada.
There you go.
Gonna fix myself on that. Okay, Nevada. Let's go with that. This is the big number. This is what was found in a processing USPS facility on Thursday. 1,270 ballots there. Again, unclear if these are going to count. If they were in by Friday, they will count in that election, which might slow down that count process even more than we've already seen, but they are being very careful. But this is raising all sorts of questions about the Postal Service. And I will say, you know, I talked about this on air probably on Thursday when we were really, it was Monday when we were really starting to see that slow down just before the election. And I got some pushback. I heard from people at the Postal Service saying, well, the number of ballots had really decreased. But that doesn't really line up with the fact that their processing times were slower. I mean, just because there's less ballots doesn't mean that you should slow down in processing them. So again, lots of questions being raised about the Postal Service and if there's going to be changes after this election.
Very well done. Thank you very much, Kristen. I appreciate it. It really makes a difference, you know, to get the depth of understanding about what's happening here and the irony. You know, you're worried about you seeding misinformation about something going wrong with mail-in ballots when the USPS is really a shame at this point. We've got to get that right. You're exactly right to tee up, will things change? Stay right there, everybody. Anything can happen in this race, and things have been happening overnight, like right now. We'll be right back. All right, let's take the issues of the moment to some power players. Laura Barone Lopez, Tolu Olorunipa, and Ron Brownstein. Ron, I start with you. What is the most critical question, other than the obvious one, which is who's going to be our next president? Once that decision is made, what's the next thing to worry about?
Who's going to control the Senate? I mean, it is such a vastly different world if the Democrats win these two runoffs in Georgia than if they don't. I mean, Mitch McConnell famously said to my then colleague, Major Garrett at National Journal, you know, my principal legislative goal is to make Barack Obama a one-term president, and I do not think he would behave any differently if he has the leverage this time. You know, Chris, in 2016, first time ever in American history, every Senate race went the same way as the presidential race in that state. In 2020, at this point, every Senate race except Susan Collins defying that trend in Maine went the same way again as the presidential race in that state. That is a problem for Democrats because there are slightly more states that lean Republican than Democratic at the Senate level. So these contests in Georgia are really emblematic of the challenge they face in trying to build Senate majorities. I mean, they've won the popular vote in 7 of the last 8 presidential elections, which no party has ever done. But to get a Senate majority, they have to win 2 seats on one day in a state where they have not won a Senate race in 20 years. And the last one who won it, as people may recall, was a very conservative Democrat named Zell Miller, a former Democrat who ultimately endorsed George W. Bush. So it gives you an indication of the challenge they face in building Senate majorities. But the stakes could not be higher, and I would be shocked if Biden is not all in on trying to make that happen.
I hear you. Laura, another take on what the urgent issue becomes once we know who the president is. Why isn't it the pandemic? And that Biden is going to have 2 months, if he wins this election, between being president-elect and being inaugurated, and the pandemic can't wait. We are literally getting eaten up by the virus. He has to jump into it yesterday if he wins this election. And what does that look like while in a period of transition with a highly recalcitrant president in Trump?
We've already started to see a little bit of what that looks like in that Biden is already meeting with experts, health experts, doctors, scientists to tell the country, look, I'm going to be on this as soon as I possibly can be, and I'm going to move in a very different direction than Trump. That being said, Chris, you make a good point, which is that President Trump will still be in office beyond, you know, the early this month. And what he does is questionable because so far he has not paid attention or talked about coronavirus for a very long time. And we know that cases are on the rise across the country, that Americans are continuing to die, and we aren't seeing any real action being taken by the current president to address those issues.
Tolu, tough question. What are people missing right now? Everybody's watching television like a gazillion hours a day, right, for an obvious reason, who wins. But all this hyper-focus, what do you think we're losing sight of right now?
That's a really good question. We talk a lot about the pandemic and the fact that a lot of people are sick and a lot of people are in the hospital, but our economy is still sick. We still have millions of jobs that have not been brought back that were lost months ago, and I think that story is starting to get missed. People look at the stock market. The stock market has done really well in the past week. A lot of investors are happy that We may have a new government. We may have Democrats in the White House and maybe even split government. Wall Street seems to be happy about that. But when it comes to lower wage workers, when it comes to people who are suffering and struggling, there is a lot of hurt out there. And I'm a Floridian. Florida just passed by Citizens Initiative a $15 minimum wage that will kick in over the coming years. And it really goes to show this is a state that voted for Trump, voted for Republicans up and down the ballot, that people want economic stimulus. They want an economic policy that will be able to help lower wage workers and people who are suffering, especially in the middle of this pandemic with so many people out of work, so many people struggling, so many people balancing kids in virtual school with trying to get back to work and trying to get jobs for themselves. So as we're talking about this election and the fight over voter fraud and the fact that so many people are sick with the pandemic, it's important to remember that there are a lot of people who are still out of work, who have been out of work for a long time. Some of the eviction protections that were in place are starting to fade away, and there are a lot of people who are in for a lot of hurt. And if we do have a split government, that may not mean that may not allow there to be a major stimulus package. Republicans are already starting to talk about the debt and reducing the deficit. So that's a big issue that's going to be facing whoever is in power on January 20th.
Boy, they're going to have a hard time justifying that tax cut. Like we were talking in the last one, that's an easy conversation about media memory. But we have to remember what these lawmakers did during this period also. People don't get to, we can't forgive people just changing position out of convenience. If you want your politics to be better, you got to treat it better. But I got to jump to break. Thank you to each and all. Appreciate it. We'll be right back. All right, here's an update. Joe Biden is knocking on the door of 270 electoral votes. Well, let's see. It's 4:55 in the morning. You know what we need? A key race alert. All right. I want you to stay right there with us because we'll read these numbers and you'll understand where we are. Georgia, Biden ahead, 7,248 votes. Nevada, 22,657. Pennsylvania, 28,833. Arizona, 29,861. Right now, all blue for Biden. Will it change? It has before on our watch, so stay right there. More to come on Election Night in America continued next. Good morning. Welcome back to CNN's breaking news coverage. Election Night in America continued. Chris Cuomo, Don Lemon here with you. It's 5 a.m. in the East, Saturday morning, but it is now just absorbed in the period we all know as waiting for the election to end. But Joe Biden is moving in the right direction, but it's not over. This is about math and method. And we are watching, Don, and we've had changes on our watch.
We certainly have. If you didn't say what day of the week it is, I don't think many people would have known because I feel like you, America, have been glued to the television, sitting in this chair, it feels like, for months, but it's only been about a week, about 4 or 5 days. Additional votes coming in Georgia, right, Chris? Additional votes coming in Pennsylvania. And we heard from him, meaning Joe Biden, in a late-night Friday address expressing confidence and urging unity. The Democratic nominee said that we don't have any more time to waste on partisan warfare. We'll have to see if that sticks. There are too many serious problems, he said, to tackle, like COVID, systemic racism, and so on. Then he stopped short of declaring himself the winner, Chris, but he said the numbers tell us that it is clear where this race stands. Do you agree with that?
Hey, the one thing that's immutable is he's right about we having no time right now. We're in the middle of a pandemic. The only numbers that are more impressive than the turnout in this election are the turnout by the virus. Yeah. The numbers of cases and hospitalizations and people who are losing to something that we don't have to.
Both record-setting.
The worst ever. We have no time to waste. So let's get on with what we know in this election, my brother, and have a key race alert. Georgia, 16 electoral votes, 7,248 votes now separate the two men. Big change overnight, 60% in a latest batch. Very important for Biden to win Georgia. Why? If it goes to Biden, Trump does not have a path through the Electoral College in this election. Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, 28,833 votes. Can Biden hold on to Pennsylvania? If so, he is our next president-elect. If he can get that number up, he can move out of automatic recount zone, a much better glide path to victory. Arizona, 11 electoral votes, 29,861 votes separate the two. The question is, can Biden hold off Trump? Arizona, a very interesting look at this race and our country. We'll take you through it in a second. Nevada, 6 electoral votes, 22,657 votes separating the two candidates. This has been fairly stable for Biden. Does it matter? In combination with Arizona, yes. Why? If Biden wins Arizona and Nevada, he is our next president-elect. Let's look at the big electoral map. No change. You know why? We haven't called anything. The white spaces are the places that we're still looking at. That's why the number hasn't moved. I know other organizations have a different number for Biden and now for Trump. We don't all call it the same way. Everybody does it their own way. You can judge. We just don't want to get it wrong. All right? Preparations for a potential Biden administration are underway. In fact, they have been for months. But the team is not in the rush you might think, considering it may soon be on its way to Washington. Why? Let's catch up with MJ Lee in Wilmington, Delaware, at the Biden campaign, at the place where they're supposed to be holding the celebration if they have one. MJ, good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Well, the Biden campaign is certainly waiting for that official call, hoping that they will eventually get over that 270 electoral vote threshold, and they very much expect to get there. But it is worth pointing out, even while we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, that you're right. Preparations for a would-be Biden administration have been in place for a number of months now. A Biden transition team has been working since earlier this summer, doing everything that a transition team usually would do. So we are talking about things like, coming up with a list of personnel appointments, thinking about people that Biden might put in top administration positions, researching policy implementation, and also just thinking about different executive orders that a President Biden might put in place in the earliest days of the presidency. But what CNN has been told by multiple sources heading into Election Day is that, yes, Biden has been kept informed of some of the major work that the transition team has been doing, but that he is superstitious and that he is not inclined to make any major decisions on the transition front until he knows for sure that he is the winner. Also, he has said, and we know this because he has talked about this publicly, that he would like to have a cabinet that looks like the country. So we are talking about, geographical diversity, racial diversity. He obviously has been very public in talking about wanting women in top positions. This comment just seems especially notable given what we heard from Biden himself last night in Wilmington when he said that he wants to be a president that represents all of America. So not just people who supported him in this election, but people who also did not support him as well. Chris.
All right, MJ, thank you very much for a study in contrast. Let's go to Ryan Nobles in Washington, D.C., tracking the Trump campaign and administration. Ryan, where do you think we are on the chaos-o-meter in terms of the president's desire to blow it all up if the election doesn't go his way?
Chris, great question. Probably on a scale of 1 to 10, we're in the 8 to maybe 9 range, and in part because we just do not know what President Trump is thinking beyond what we're seeing from his Twitter feed. The big question this morning is, when will we hear again from President Trump? He has nothing scheduled publicly today at all, and that's rare for the president. We haven't seen or heard from him since that speech he gave in the briefing room shortly after the election results started rolling in, where he made a number of baseless claims about the vote count and suggested that somehow the election was being stolen from him. Meanwhile, the president is still trying to figure out what his next move is. He does have a team of lawyers across the country. He's promised lawsuits in all of these key battlegrounds, and there is no indication that he or his team is planning to back away from that in any way, shape, or form. There is also the option of a recount, and it is clear that his team is ready to move forward with recounts in the states where that will become available to them. What is interesting here about the president is that it is rare for him to go too long without responding to a political opponent. And of course, it is the former vice president who had the last word after giving that speech last night. Even though the vice president did not mention President Trump by name, he certainly alluded to the fact that the president is yet to really make note of the reality of the race at this point. And that's something that President Trump normally would just not allow to go unanswered. And then there's also the broader point about the practical implications of governing. And no matter what the outcome is of this race, President Trump is still the president of the United States and will be for about 70 or so more days. And the coronavirus is still a real and growing threat to this country. And it is one that is growing right in the White House behind me. The president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, testing positive for the coronavirus. And Meadows has been seen on a number of different occasions over the past week around staff in close contact without wearing a mask. He was at the Trump campaign headquarters on Tuesday morning, the day of the election. And then at the election night party at the White House, Meadows was once again there without a mask. We're also told by sources inside of the White House that Meadows has been in and out of the West Wing, in and out of the residence, also without a mask on. So there are two serious realities the president is dealing with this morning. The fact that his political future is slipping away and the fact that he is still a major responsibility and still governing this country for the next couple of months. Chris?
Ryan, thank you very much. MJ, thank you very much. So it's down to 4 key states. What should we expect next, particularly in Pennsylvania? 20 electoral votes. If Biden wins, he's our next president-elect. So let's go to Kristen Holmes at the voting desk. Good morning again. What are we looking at?
Good morning, Chris. Well, let's talk about what is left to count in every state, because as you have said, this has been lasting for 4 days and everyone is ready to see some sort of finale here. So the big question, of course, is we see Biden leading in all of these states and whether or not President Trump can catch up. So if we start in Pennsylvania, right now the margin is about 29,000 votes. What's left to count? There are 89,000 ballots and 101 provisional ballots. And of course, we have talked about both of these. This is going to be a slower process. When we get down to the end of the ballots, talking about those 89,000 outstanding ballots, a lot of those are up for review. A group of people has to decide what the voter intent is. They have to scan them differently, check for any sort of rips or tears. Some of them are counted by hand, so something to keep in mind. The other part of this is these provisional ballots. Now, these take longer for a different reason. They are essentially put aside when a voter comes in and their eligibility is in question. If they had a name change or an address change or they weren't listed on that voter roll at that precinct. I talked to an official tonight who said that process can take anywhere from 1 to 20 minutes to process one single provisional ballot, just depending on how much information they had to find. So that's what's left in Pennsylvania. Now let's look at Georgia, where that margin is much slimmer. Where are we on the Georgia margin? 7,248 votes. 4,000 ballots plus, give or take a little bit. That's what's left there. And then 13,000 provisional ballots. We got our first batch of provisional ballots earlier this morning. That is what widened the margin, giving Biden a little bit of a bigger lead there. But again, watching that very closely. Arizona. Now, there's a lot more left in Arizona. We're about 29,861 as the difference here between the two candidates, and there's a lot still outstanding. There's 126,000 ballots that still need to be processed, as well as 47,000 provisional ballots. Maricopa County, the biggest county, one that Phil loves talking about, that they are going to have an update at 12 p.m. Eastern. We expect a lot of numbers to come out of that. Now, lastly, Nevada, 124,500 ballots left, a 22,000 vote margin. So this is still very close. There is some room for growth here in terms of President Trump catching up with former Vice President Joe Biden, because there are just if we add up the provisional ballots and the regular ballots, there's about 200,000 ballots that are outstanding. Now, where they're coming from and what we're looking at in terms of mail-in ballots, we are expecting to see a lot of them skew Democratic. But again, just looking at the margins here, and we do expect an update in a few hours at 11 a.m. And a lot of people are just hoping to see a bigger wave out of Nevada, because it has been, or Nevada, said it right that time, because it has been a long go of it from that state. Chris?
You have nothing to apologize for. It is amazing how much information and insight you have been able to own, especially on these hours. So thank you. One quick thing. In Georgia, the military ballots. The president said, hey, what happened to them? Isn't it the truth, and a truth that the president should know as president, that the military ballots, maybe 8,000 of them, they were spent out. They only get sent back in if the particular recipient wants to do that, right?
Right. And the idea that there are some kind of large margin of missing military ballots is just silly. I mean, we know that. We know that they go out and people don't choose to send them in, or they come in later than Election Day, and there is room for that. That's not illegal. There's often a time period in which military ballots are allowed to be cast because we have servicemen and women who are serving across the world. And it takes time to get that ballot back. And, you know, I was reading through some of these stories of what our servicemen and women go through in order to cast their ballot. And some of it is just incredible. I mean, they are going through enormous feats on bases in remote parts of the world to make sure that their vote counts. And our system and most state systems allow for extra time because they know that these military men and women are going through this process. So the idea that there's just somehow 1,000 military votes missing somewhere in the ether is just, it's not true. It's not.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Appreciate that point of insight. Let's go over to Phil Mattingly at the Magic Wall as we saunter this way. You know, the president is the one who said that military ballots shouldn't be counted when he said everything after Election Day can't count. Many of those military ballots come in after Election Day because of what Kristen was just describing. And that kind of hard work and value of the franchise is why when you talk to veterans and you ask them what you can do for them, very often they say, vote. So, also, and lastly, the president knows that that's how it works with the military ballot. So, once again, by even suggesting where did they go, he is pushing Fugazi fraud. There's no proof of any of it. And if he did have real proof, you know what he'd be doing? Not tweeting, he'd be in court. So, you, with your obsession with Maricopa County that we'll discuss later, when you're looking at the state of play here, what is the top line?
It's a clarifying day. This will be a clarifying day. We know that a number of ballots are going
this
to come
day
in.
being Saturday.
This day being Saturday. We've lost track of the day. But
Saturday
day this
is a big day.
Saturday is a huge day. And I'll tell you why. Kristen gave you the great top-line rundown of what's outstanding right now. And what's outstanding right now will answer all of the outstanding questions. The reality, when you go through things, is Pennsylvania,
Here we go.
Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. Look at them right now. They're all blue. Joe Biden holds leads in all of them. The big question is, can he hold on to those leads? And when you look at the trends, you look at where that outstanding vote sits, you start to get some clarity that should be made concrete throughout the course of the day. So you talk about Pennsylvania right now. This is the ball game. 20 electoral votes. Joe Biden currently has 253. You had 20 to 253. Math majors unite. That is over 270. Where are you looking for the outstanding vote right now? The story of Pennsylvania is not trying to flip a bunch of counties. The story of Pennsylvania is running up margins in your strongholds. And what we have seen over the course of the last 36 hours is Joe Biden, as he eliminated a very, very large 600,000 vote President Trump lead, is running up margins in his strongholds via vote by mail, which has leaned heavily Democratic. And much of the outstanding ballots sit right here. You look at the blue in southeast Pennsylvania, from Philadelphia pushing on out into the suburbs. Ballots that have come in, even in these Democratic strongholds, have gone at higher margins than even Joe Biden is winning those counties as it currently stands. One of the biggest outstanding places right now, right here, Allegheny County, home of Pittsburgh, probably about 30,000 ballots outstanding right there. Allegheny County has been coming in at about 77, 78% for Joe Biden over the course of the last 24 hours. Look at what the margin is all around. That means what's coming in is only adding to Joe Biden's total, and it's adding at a bigger total than we've seen up to that point.
Question.
So, shoot.
This is something that I think a lot of people still are laboring under a misapprehension.
Yeah.
Because once again, the president put out there, even though he knows the answer, which is, boy, I don't know. I was winning by 600,000 votes. Yeah. And all of a sudden, it starts to disappear, as if there was something mysterious. What is the obvious answer as to why the race went this way? And a key word that we all heard early on was red mirage. What happened in terms of why the counting went as it did?
President Trump's Election Day vote was huge. President Trump's campaign focused on their ground operation. They focused on turnout, and they got what they wanted. Their problem was that Democrats also had massive turnout. However, Democrats' turnout came via vote by mail because of the pandemic, because that's what they focused on, because President Trump told his supporters to vote in person. Well, in the state of Pennsylvania, not unlike the states of Michigan and Wisconsin, which have already been called for Joe Biden, they are required to count their mail-in ballots after they count their Election Day vote. So the Election Day vote was what we saw first. President Trump ran up huge margins. Now, over the course of the last 36 hours, you've seen those margins chop down. And it's not just in the strongholds. It's in the red counties. It's in counties that President Trump is winning by a significant margin. What we've seen over the course of the last 24 hours, you talk about clarity or getting clarifying moments, is in President Trump's strongest counties, when the mail-in ballots come in, Joe Biden is still winning that batch of votes. And what it underscores is that in Pennsylvania, when you look at the trends, when you look at what's outstanding and what's coming in, even in the reddest counties, Joe Biden is gaining votes. So that 28,833 vote margin right now, when you look at what's outstanding and you look at what's happened in the last 24 hours, only room for Joe Biden to grow over the course of the next 24 hours.
All right, so let's look at what we've learned here this morning. But first, a break. When we come back, the latest on the state of play on the biggest election in a long time. Stay with CNN. Good morning.
I know watching these vote tallies on TV moves very slow, and as slow as it goes, it can be numbing. But never forget, the tallies aren't just numbers. They represent votes and voters, men and women who exercise their fundamental right to have their voice heard. And what's becoming clear each hour is that record number of Americans of all races, faiths, religions chose change over more of the same. They've given us a mandate for action.
Well, a mandate for action. With us now, Nia Malika Henderson, John Avlon, and Margaret Hoover. Nia, I said to you earlier that this is going to be a big job for, if there is indeed, and looks like it's going that way, for a president-elect Joe Biden, because he has to gain people, right? He says he's going to be the president for everyone, including the people who didn't support him. So then how does he get those people to come over? Because we are so divided. That's why I think this is a huge job for him.
I think he has to improve people's lives. I mean, America right now is going through a terrible health crisis, pandemic. We're getting 1,000 deaths a day, record number of cases a day, and then this horrible economic crisis as well as a result of the pandemic. So I think that's what he has to do. A lot of presidents come into office saying that they're going to be the repair of the breach. They're going to unify the country. It's incredibly difficult to do because there are vast policy differences between the two sides. But I think in tone, the way he keeps talking about, I'm not going to be the president of Blue America, I'm going to be the president of all Americans, I think that's a good start. We'll see if people on the other side, not only Trump's followers, but people on the Hill. Mitch McConnell is likely to be the Senate majority leader. Is he going to come in essentially saying he's going to block everything that Joe Biden wants to do in the way that he did
Barack Obama, who wanted to make Barack Obama, he said, a one-term president.
I mean, this is tough for Joe
Which
Biden
means he wanted to make Joe Biden a one-term vice president.
Yeah.
Right? So what does it look like? What does governing look like under a possible...
Look, it's a continuity with the closing arguments, and you couldn't have had a clearer contrast. Biden was running as a way to reunite the nation, the traditional role of the president. It's a duty to care. I'll be a proud Democrat, proud American president first for everyone. Donald Trump doubled down on divisiveness and playing to the base. So we have a mandate. I mean, Joe Biden got more votes than anyone who's ever run for president.
So far,
even
74 million.
Yeah, at this point, by a lot. So, it's a big Biden win, even if it's lower than the expectations, the sky-high expectations that were set. What you do is you got to go in and you got to make good on that promise. You have to reach out in good faith to people who have shown bad faith. But you also need to do a framing of what Lyndon Johnson did when, Southern governors came into his office, said, do you want to be known as someone who hated or someone who built? What are the things we can agree on? Let's name a couple things. Infrastructure, a stimulus bill for COVID, maybe even immigration reform, Republican proposals like Lindsey Graham's, and say, put them forward and let's get them done and do the business of the American people. And I got a sneaking suspicion that for a lot of Republicans in the Senate, Joe Biden will be a figure they fixate on less negatively than Barack Obama.
Here's why. Let me tell you, I actually think, John, look, the posture Mitch McConnell takes is going to be everything, right? And I think so much of this comes down to the interpersonal relationships that Joe Biden has built for decades in the Senate. And that is what it translated for Lyndon Baines Johnson. It is translated for some of the most successful presidents who came from the Senate. And I think you even see that in how Bernie Sanders came over and the progressive left came over and behind Joe Biden as a support for his election. Joe Biden has something that is just agreeable. People like him. People want to work with him. And so we'll have to see how Mitch McConnell does it. One thing
let
about
me ask you this question. Go on, finish. Now I want to ask you
one piece about the mandate. I mean, there's a real quibble Republicans have with this notion that Joe Biden has a sweeping mandate. If Republicans held the Senate, picked up seats in the House, held their state legislatures and flipped some, there's a center-right mandate in this country, or at least a centrist mandate. There is no, we can quibble over what the mandate is, but it is not the mandate, the blue wave that was
Okay,
expected.
let me ask you this. Do you think that we are more or less divided than Barack Obama's administration?
I think there is no question that our country, our politics, our culture is more divided now.
Okay.
Here's what, but there was something, I know my husband's going to jump down my throat. There was something about Barack Obama having only been in the U.S. Senate for 2 years and in the Illinois State House.
I get you,
for
and I don't
6
think you're
years,
wrong about
and
that. But
not
Joe
actually
Biden
having
was,
the same
but Joe Biden
experience
was
in the legislative
there
body.
To bridge that divide, right?
And he's the only one who could do
So
it.
what makes you think he can do
No,
it
no,
now when
Don.
we are more divided as a country
I'll
than
tell
we
you,
were then?
the only time the government, remember when the government was shut down and Obama couldn't reach a deal with the House of Representatives? Who did
Joe
he send
Biden.
in? Joe Biden and Mitch McConnell to negotiate the government, to end the freeze in the government. Joe Biden is the one who was making it work. He's the one who whipped the votes for the Affordable
So
Care Act.
it was Barack Obama that they hated more than they hated Joe Biden?
Oh, God, yeah. Let's be honest.
And that kept them from...
There are many reasons for that, but I think it's fair.
And one of them, by the way, was race. But look, Lyndon Johnson had to deal with the John Birchers and the George Wallaces of the world, but they never had a power force inside the Oval Office. And what we see now in this interregnum we're dealing with, we can see the trend, race has not been declared, but this creates a window for disinformation and the president trying to stoke the fears and flames because he would rather ruin if he cannot rule. That is very clear. And that will cast a pall on the legitimacy of this election on the minds of many people unless we push back on that fear with facts clearly. Okay. And then Biden's got to make good on his core promises.
Quickly, let's have a fight with them. Is it
Let's
pie
do
in
it.
the sky?
I think it's kind of pie in the sky.
I think it's pie in the sky.
I think they're going to meet
you
with
guys
meet
I
a
love
lot
you guys,
of
but I think it's pie in the
resistance.
sky.
Yeah, I think they're going to meet a lot of resistance. Joe Biden, he's a Democrat. Mitch McConnell, I think he's going to make that same
He's a
pledge.
Democrat, he's a socialist, he's too far to the left in these policies. That's what they're going to say, even though it's not true.
Guys, you're forgetting Mitch McConnell has to get 2 more people elected to the Senate in the next month and a half. What's he going to do? Be on his best behavior.
No, he's going to say we want to get these people in the Senate to stop Joe Biden's agenda.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what his argument is
but
gonna
we
be.
have to pass a budget. We have to pass another
Stimulus
bill.
Okay, and we have to go to the break. Otherwise, Chris won't be able to do his key race alert, and that is
We've got to do that. Yeah.
So we're going to talk. We just talked about what it would look like, but Biden's closing in on the presidency. But nothing is certain yet. There it is. I know it's been like that for a while, 253 to 213, but I promise you at some point it is going to change. Just hang on. The race can change at any moment. It is Saturday morning, people. I know you've been up since Tuesday. So we're heading to 2 key Western states that everyone will be watching today. So make sure you stay with us.
All right, as we're working through the permutations and combinations, we come with this kind of suggestion. What if Joe Biden's lead suddenly collapses in Pennsylvania and in Georgia? Then what? Well, then you still have a path for Biden. It is Trump that is pinned in by Georgia. 17 electoral votes between Arizona and Nevada would be enough. That's why, as Phil Mattingly told you once, today, Saturday, is going to be a very big day because there are too many states that are getting too close to the critical mass that can call this election. So let's check in with our teams in key spots. Dan Simon in Las Vegas. But let's start with Stephanie Elam in Phoenix. Stephanie, great to see you as always. How are we doing out there? The rain stopped.
The rain stopped, and Chris, you're acting like Saturday is some other faraway day. It's now. We're here in Saturday. And what that means here in Arizona is that we are going to get through some more ballots. What we know is that the state overall has 173,000 ballots left to count. Of those, 92,000 are here in Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is. So this is the most populous county in the state. And we also know that we are expecting to see 2 drops of numbers today. One coming at 9 a.m. local time, because we're in Mountain Time here, and one coming at 7 p.m. local time today. So we're expecting, according to the Katie Hobbs from the Secretary of State here, they expect to get through those ballots this weekend, and then all that will be left will be those provisional ballots, which take more time, as you heard Kristen explaining why. Those take more time to go through, and they expect to work on those throughout next week. But we should have a good idea here. We have been seeing that Trump has been clawing back some gains against Joe Biden. However, it hasn't been enough to overtake him. Right now, when you take a look at the numbers here in Maricopa County, Biden has 50% of the votes. Trump has 48% of the votes. Overall in the state, Biden is leading by less than 30,000 votes, or about 1%. So obviously, as we get closer and closer to finding out who the president will be, this is what people want to know. Is Arizona going to go blue for the first time in many, many years?
Thank you very much, Stephanie. I only mark time by meals, so for me it is only known as breakfast right now. All right, let's check in with Dan Simon. He is in Las Vegas, very important place to be because that's where the vote is going to come in last in Nevada, because that's where most of the vote is. How's it going?
It's going okay, Chris. The next batch of results expected around noon Eastern time. So it'll be interesting to see what those results look like and whether or not CNN and other news organizations will soon be able to make a projection on this race. I can tell you that right now Joe Biden currently has a 22,000 vote lead, but still a lot of ballots are outstanding. The majority of them here in Clark County, which of course encompasses Las Vegas and the surrounding area, 124,500 ballots remaining. So we'll get this count at noon Eastern time. The other thing that I think we can expect to see, Chris, are more Trump supporters. They came out in force on Friday night making these baseless allegations of voter fraud, and no reason to think that they won't be back again on Saturday night. Chris?
Dan, thank you very much. Appreciate it. A little bit of a demonstration of this state of play. Let's see how it looks on the magic wall with Phil Mattingly. All right, so we know we're getting close. We know that close is defined as can Biden hold the lead in a way that won't matter no matter what happens with the rest of the ballots that come in and surviving recount. So the top line is
2 states, tale of 2 counties. 2 counties. If you go into Arizona, Maricopa County, largest county in the state, 60% of the population. You see Joe Biden has a lead in this county. The bulk, or at least more than half of the outstanding vote in Arizona, comes from here. President Trump, going into this day, going into the outstanding vote that remains, needs to win roughly about 54 or 55% of the outstanding ballots in this county. And you look at the margin right now, that is an uphill climb. That is an uphill climb that over several batches that we've gotten in the last 2 or 3 days, he has started to fall off of, making Democrats comfortable that Arizona will stay in their hands, or actually flip to their hands compared to 2016. So the big question is, will that be maintained? Can Joe Biden put Arizona into the Democratic column? County for Nevada, it's Clark County. It's the home of Las Vegas. 72% of the voting population lives here, and it's the same deal, except even wider margin. Democrats, this is their stronghold. Traditionally, they want to get their lead up to about 10%. That usually makes it a lock for the state. They're right on the verge. They're right on the verge right now, and the bulk of the vote will be coming from Clark County. The last batch of votes from Clark County that were tabulated and released, Joe Biden had the edge. If he holds the edge, if he even matches this or does worse than this, President Trump needs to win probably about 55 or 56% of the outstanding ballots to have a chance to catch up. Another state, Democrats feel very comfortable here because of the composition of the state, because of the composition of the voters. As it currently stands, Arizona and Nevada, we should have some clarity today about where it's going, if it could be called. And Chris, as you noted, if Joe Biden wins Nevada, wins Arizona, that's 270. Regardless of what happens in Pennsylvania, regardless of what happens in a likely recount in Georgia, 270, just these 2 states.
One thing that's very interesting to me is often not just the what, but the why. And, you know, you go to Arizona, it's a close race there right now, but Phil, as you were saying, it's more likely than not that lead is going to hold up in Arizona. It's a small advantage, but the why, you know, I was reading here, Garrett Archer, who was a former data analyst with the Secretary of State's office, in Arizona. He's since left that position, but he said, quote, "Just so we're clear, the Cindy McCains of Arizona are on the cusp of giving this state to Joe Biden." And what essentially he was getting at was there are a lot of these former Republicans, former Republican women who seem to be, just very upset with the President of the United States, perhaps for many of the same reasons that Cindy McCain was upset with the President of the United States, just his attitude, who have traditionally voted Republican. And that type of small difference, that movement within that bloc, at this point, is making the difference in what is a less than 30,000 vote race.
Question. All right. Here we are, 5:40 in the morning, day 67. Here's my question. Imagine what the electorate would look like in this country if instead of having two parties, a binary system that is rewarded almost exclusively these days for opposition, you had 4 or 5. So that the Cindy McCains of the world and a lot of other demographics that don't like the box they're put in as Republicans or Democrats and hence are increasingly saying they're independent, which is why so much of the electorate is now identifying as independent. They had parties that suited their agenda, so you had to have power sharing because you had to have seats. And you add that our Congress passes term limits in the House and the Senate. How different do you think politics looks in America?
Well, I didn't think we were going to get to this conversation until day 123, so I'm not totally prepared for it.
Well, we think about this all the time.
Yes, you think about it. It would be a very different moment,
right?
But the reality of this
we would not be here.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
We would not be here.
But we are here.
Oh, no, we're here, and we're living in this now. But we also want to figure out how to avoid it and how to get better. Right, Harry? White Phil?
Sure.
Yes. All heads moving in the same direction. Time to take a break. When we come back, we will look at what is coming in and why today could be the day. I didn't say of what. Well, here is something that is very common sense, but you haven't heard in a long time. Joe Biden says, as president, he would want to push this message. We have to put the anger and demonization behind us. And he urges that what we need is to come together and face our common challenge. Pretty common sense. Haven't heard it in a long time. Will it resonate? We'll see. This race keeps moving in his favor. He is not there yet. What are we looking at? Let's be into this conversation now with Laura Barone Lopez, Tolu Olorunipa, and Ron Brownstein. Tolu, I'll start with you this time. What a challenge. So you've got an election that is automatically going to be challenged by the incumbent, not legitimately, but more dangerously, illegitimately. How tough a task is Joe Biden facing if gifted with the opportunity to be our next president?
It's an incredibly difficult task, in part because the person he's taking over from the incumbent President Trump is not leaving gracefully. He's not someone who's going to hand over the reins of power and say, I wish you the best for the country, I hope you do well. He is going down fighting, and he's willing to take down the democracy of the country with him. And he has a great amount of sway over his voters, over Republican lawmakers. And we've already seen pressure being put on Republican lawmakers to fall in line this week. Instead of saying, let's welcome in a new president-elect, let's try to get things working for the country, they're all lining up behind Donald Trump to say this election was fraudulent, Joe Biden is not a legitimate president-elect, and the election was stolen from him. And trying to govern in that kind of environment where half of the country or half of the lawmakers who are going to be leading in Washington believe alternative facts or try to push alternative facts is going to be very difficult for Joe Biden to even get off the ground. He has a very uphill task in terms of trying to bring the two sides together. I don't envy him at all because it will be very difficult to, with President Trump continuing to be a force in his party, continuing to lead his party, maybe even continuing to hold rallies around the country against his presidency. It's going to be a very difficult task for him to try to, do what he said he was going to do in terms of restoring the soul of America. He definitely has a very uphill task with that.
Well, it is an interesting theory. Laura, a lot of people are operating on this, chop off the head and the snake is dead idea. But no, you had the head of the RNC call a press conference today to talk about how there's fraud. And she said, when asked for proof, oh, yeah, I have some. I've been told to hold off on it. I mean, come on, talk about enough is enough. But what's the reality for Biden? Maybe the problem isn't Trump. It's going to be that whole party is too invested in a culture of opposition. It's worked for it for too long.
That's right. So far, as Tolu said, we have not seen any major indication or a big variety of Republicans coming out in force against the president and against his baseless claims of voter fraud. Instead, you're seeing more of them fall in line. You're seeing Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin say that half of the American public is not going to accept the election results, and saying, look, I'm not saying alleging voter fraud, but there are some irregularities in the same breath. And he also has no evidence, like the RNC chairwoman. It's spurred little bits of opposition within the Republican Party. But again, it's not, you're not seeing it writ large across the party. There was a Republican clerk in Michigan that came out actually against the RNC chairwoman's comments and said that she was very disturbed as a Republican by the fact that this was happening and that these accusations were being made with no evidence whatsoever. I've talked to former Republicans who since have are not in elected office, and they've told me that they aren't convinced that the party is actually going to make a dramatic turn away from quote-unquote Trumpism or what they've turned into with Trump as the president. So I think that it's a very long road for Republicans in terms of whether or not they decide that they want to change course or that they want to continue in the vein of Trump and push forward candidates that try to imitate his politics and his policies.
Ron, is this the right road for them?
I agree with Laura. I think it's the road that they're going to be on because, you know, what happened in this election was, as we're talking about, the trench between kind of metro and non-metro America got deeper. And the Republican Party, even the candidates who won, were more dependent on kind of Trump country for their victories. It wasn't like, other than Susan Collins, it wasn't like the senators built different coalitions and Tom Tillis, you know, ran very well in Mecklenburg and Raleigh and Durham. He was dependent on Trump country to win. And the same thing across the board on these senators. So I think President Biden, you know, if he is going to be President Biden, has a very difficult task of getting Republicans to come along on almost anything, because the party is now defined, as you say, by opposition, but also by viewing kind of blue America. Trump has conditioned them to see blue America as a threat, its agenda as a threat to the America they have known. And all of that is really challenging. On the other hand, they are clearly talking to a minority of the country at this point, as Democrats have now won the popular vote in 7 out of 8. The problem, I think, is that the Republicans who wanted a different direction, Chris, who basically said we are kind of heading into a demographic cul-de-sac, trading the places that are growing for better margins and the places that are shrinking, the magnitude of the vote that Trump was able to turn out, I think, is going to make it harder to have a case inside of the Republican Party for finding a different direction. And that's why this Georgia Senate runoffs are just so critical to what the next couple of years look like for Joe Biden.
Boy, oh boy.
If he, you know, assuming he wins.
As complicated as all this can sound, at the end of the day, the questions are so fundamental. Who are we? What do we want? How do we speak to one another? Where do we want to go? What matters most? And we do not have the answers, and I don't know that this election provided them. All right, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. This could be the day. Why? There's just not enough vote left in too many places, and the people processing them are doing such a damn good job. We're watching all the key places this morning, from Philly to Phoenix. Right back. D. Lemon, is today the day?
What day is it?
Saturday.
It's Saturday morning. I do think today is a day, hopefully. And listen, and I'm not saying that just to string people along. And I think people should also realize we're not doing this just to string you along. As soon as we know who is the projected winner, we will project it, right? And this is not about ratings. It's not. We just don't know. The math just isn't there yet. So it's frustrating, I understand, for people at home. They're ready for us to reach the finish line. But
And they've been abused. They have every right. Everything is so ugly, so toxic, so much lying, so much fighting. And is today the day? No, today is not the day, because even if the election gets decided today, we're still nowhere.
Yeah.
We're in the middle of a pandemic.
But I
We
will
have
say
no
this.
plan.
I will say this. I think that we are, for good reason. I think there was probably a time in the not so distant past that we would have projected a winner already. But I think with journalism under attack, news networks and all that, I think it's more important for us to be careful in this moment. So I think that maybe if we were in a different time, there would be a projection, but there's so much at stake right now. This is a presidential election.
I'm with you. It
trust
matters
is
a
on the
lot.
line.
And you know what? The process is a positive one for us. People are together. They're watching. We're all looking for things. We're valuing fact. We're looking for truth. This is a good step for us, no matter which direction it takes us. All right.
What do you say we do this again soon? Maybe today?
Maybe tonight. Let's see. Don't go anywhere, everybody. CNN's nonstop election team. And Camerata, you can't do better than that.
Right?
Next.